All right, everybody, what's up? My name is Otis Funkmeyer. I'm very, very excited to be live with Poppin John. I'm going to do a little monologue to start us off. The more I've thought about it as we've planned this and gotten closer to it, the more I've realized, like, this is why I started this, because Poppin John has, like, a real name, right? And he's a known person in the world, especially in the dance world, the internet world, all of that. But I think people are going to be stunned. I really mean stunned to find out the depth behind it, that it's not a coincidence. He didn't just get lucky. He didn't just, like, get skills. It's all a bigger part of who he is. And the biggest example, the easiest way I can explain this is that he has been by far, he has no idea, I haven't said this to him, the most professional person that I've interacted with in terms of setting a time to do this. He was right on time. He said, I can't do it this day. What about this day? Everything was just, like, solid and professional. And I think that really speaks for itself. And so I know John not that well, actually. So I'm actually super excited to get to know him more, because every conversation we do have, I'm left with a lot of, like, interesting, like, this is somebody who really thinks about stuff and a lot of different stuff. And I know that our closest mutual friend is Poppin Todd, for sure.
Love you, Todd.
And Todd has always told me that his dad is an amazing person as well.
Love you, Dad.
So it's like there's a lot there, and he looks, at least to me, you know, like he's got a successful relationship, successful career, he's professional.
Love your wife.
You know, like there's a lot of things going on, and I think the older I get, the more I realize that the people that have that in the world 100% of the time are very interesting people who have thought a lot about a lot of things. And also, he came from nowhere, did not do the style that he was supposed to do, and created the most legendary, legit crew of his generation.
Jeez,
I mean, it's a lot. Man. I know. It's like this all came to me as I thought about this. So that I want to as we get started, obviously I want to let him say anything he wants to say at the beginning, but I'm actually extremely interested to go, like, back to the very, very beginning and in detail, like you're born, your parents, what did they do, what were you into,
day
what
one.
were you like, day
Got
one.
it.
So
cool.
This is Live with Poppin John. Welcome.
Yo, what's up? Okay, first of all, I'm a fan, dude. I watch all your stuff.
Wow.
From the very beginning. Like,
Wow.
I used to watch your like the Funkmeyers.
Yeah.
You know, I saw you doing, like, cleanses and stuff on health and stuff on popping. So I've been a follower for a good long time, and us having mutual friends definitely helped. It's like, but the first day that I met Poppin Todd, I also met you.
That was the first time you met Todd?
First
with
time.
Random at his house?
Yep. Yeah.
Wow.
So,
and I know when we last spoke at Slim's class, you were like, you know, you had a little story. So I want you to know, feel free. I like to think I've developed, like, a relatively thick skin at this point.
No, I don't have trash to talk.
No,
but
okay,
yeah,
I
have experiences with you for sure.
Yeah. That's 2006, by the way.
2006. Time flies, man.
Yeah. Summit. Everybody was there for Summit.
Yep. So, shoot, let's start at the very beginning.
Okay, sure.
All right.
Yeah, where were you born?
I am from Farmington, New Mexico.
Okay.
It's in the Four Corners area.
Why do I associate you with either El Paso or Albuquerque?
So, Farmington is about 2.5 hours north of Albuquerque.
Okay.
I lived in Albuquerque for a year.
Okay.
But I've been traveling. I mean, if you're from Farmington, you end up hanging out in Albuquerque. Yeah.
Okay.
So my first competitions were in Albuquerque.
Mm-hmm.
First, hip hop jams. The nearest hip hop shop was in Albuquerque. So I basically
What
grew
was it? What was a hip hop shop in Albuquerque?
They sold like graffiti supplies and mixtapes and records and tribal gear and you know.
Yeah.
That's where I bought my first, you know, Mr. Wiggles tapes. Yeah.
Okay.
It was called the LA Underground. Still there on Central.
Really?
Yeah.
I know Central in Albuquerque.
So that was our place that we could go and get info.
Without, just in case we don't get back to it before we jump back to the beginning, was it like, did you know, were you looking for the Wiggles tape? Was it like, what's this? Was it like, where were you at?
No, I didn't know what it was.
Okay.
I mean, when we saw it, they had stuff playing on, you know, the screens, and it was like, that dude's popping, you know.
Did you even know that it was called Poppin' when you saw it, do you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think by then, yeah.
Okay.
Do
you remember which tape you got?
I got...
Like, what was he doing? I know all the
It was
tapes.
like Mr. Wiggles Volume 3.
3 with the hat tricks?
Mr. Wiggles Volume 3.
I think that's the best one.
So, actually, somebody gave me that. Somebody gave me that cassette tape. They're like, dude, you need to watch this cassette tape.
Yeah.
And
were you already dancing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was already completely into it.
Okay.
And that's, I mean, I think those cassette tapes are game changers for anybody from my generation.
Absolutely.
I mean, the moment you watch that, you're like, yeah, I'm not that good.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't have that many moves.
For sure.
You know, like, it was endless moves.
And it had such a hip hop like production value to it too. The tapes.
Cool story, really fast about those cassette tapes.
Yeah, please.
At the end of them, Wiggles it was like a video magazine. He would, you know, videotape his merchandise that he had in his shop.
That's right.
And
his graph.
I called the numbers, like, to order any of this stuff, call this number. And I'm like 15, 16, and I call the number, and Wiggles picks up. You know, I'm like watching the cassette tape in my living room.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, I'm gonna call this number. I want that shirt, or I don't know what I wanted. And he answered as Steve.
Oh, snap.
He's like, this is Steve. And I was like, I probably said something like, I got this number from, you know, Mr. Wiggles cassette tape and blah, blah, blah. And he's cassette. It's not a cassette. It's a VHS.
All right. It's all good.
And I'm like, is this Wiggles? And dude, I like got all hot.
Yeah.
And I was sweating. I was on the phone, and he's like, yeah, this is him. And I'm like, yo, dude, I got a crew. And I just kind of like gave him this little mini spiel of who I was, and just told him that he was a huge inspiration. He's like, yo, thanks, man, blah, 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 peace. And then, like, fast forward years later, we ended up meeting and all that stuff. And shout out to Wiggles.
I had a similar story with Poppin' Pete. I got his instructional video, and I couldn't understand how the old man worked, right? And so it had an email address on it, poppinpete1@aol.com. And I email it. I'm like, I can't understand how the old man works. Do you think you could explain it to me? And I get a call. And I don't get a call. The phone rings. Like, this is before cell phones. This is, you know, just like at home. And my mom picks up, and she's like, there's a guy named Poppin' Pete on the phone for you. And I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, tell him I'm not home. Tell him I'm not. It's like, yeah, I know that feeling. Like, flustered.
Yeah, I was. And I got off the phone, and I was like, I was in middle school at the time. I went to school the next day, and it was like, yo, dude, I talked to Wiggles on the phone, bro. I swear. All my friends they didn't believe me, but it was awesome. So, Farmington.
Isn't that crazy that you're like that now for people?
Yes.
Somebody would call you, and if you picked up the phone, like, or if you even responded to, like, their Instagram DM or something, they're like, oh my God, Bob, isn't that trippy?
Yes, it's very trippy. I messed up once, and I put my phone number on a flyer because I threw jams in El Paso, Texas.
Yeah.
Called Beast Mode Battle of the Belts.
Yeah, I remember.
So proud of those.
Yeah.
So proud of those events.
Didn't Random beat Sweepy in one of those?
Yeah.
That was
Yes,
a
he
good
did.
decision, Todd.
It was a good.
It's a good battle.
That was the first. That was the first one that I had thrown there, and it was a
Mm.
crazy success. Like it was
Mhm.
just, it was packed. And then I just started throwing them jams like every couple of months, which ended up being really good. It built the scene more than anything. It wasn't a
Mhm.
moneymaker. It was all out of pocket. I didn't have any sponsors, and the belts were just a great idea. You know, like the winners had to come back and defend the title.
Mhm.
They'd have a championship style belt. They'd get to take that home for the month, and it'd have to come back and defend their title. And they didn't care about the prize money. You know, it's just all about the belt. It was
Mhm.
awesome. You know, it's built the scene really well. We had 3 categories, so really cool event. Beast mode.
All right, let's go back. Let's
I lost
go
my
back.
train of thought.
Yeah, I felt it. So let's go back. So you grew up in Farmington,
Farmington.
and what? I mean,
So-
that's I gotta assume like that's rural.
Yeah,
you're not like
when
from,
I was in middle school, it was
Yeah.
one high school.
Yeah.
You know, there's a place called Drake's Ranch in the middle of town. It's got longhorn bulls, and
Yeah.
it's like
How big was your high school, for instance?
my graduating class was like, I think it was 300 people.
Okay, so
you know?
it's a
Yeah,
decent
yeah,
sized town.
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah, it's a town. It's not,
Okay.
like a little.
And what were you like as a kid? Like way before a kid, like elementary school. Like were you a jock? Were you into sports? Were you like a smart kid? Were you a skater?
I had a bunch of friends that were older than me.
Mm-hmm.
They were my neighbors.
Yeah, you
we
seem
always
like
used to
that.
play, sports outside, and they were pretty rough on me. I'd always come home crying and come back, and then
so you grew up kind of. You know who was like that too? B-boy Ivan is like
Yeah.
the youngest of like 9 brothers,
Mhm.
and I feel like that, like that. They beat on him. And
Yeah.
he grew up quick.
And now looking back, like I realize that they were in on it. They knew that they were like toughening me up. I was
for
like,
sure.
yeah, keep going. They give me the football and like
Yeah.
have me go through like 6 big kids.
Yeah.
I never got into like fights as far as like
Sure.
fighting little kids. Like, yeah, this is our little kid, that's your little kid.
Sure.
But we played rough for sure. I had a really awesome childhood, always outdoors. Went to the lake, rock climbed, skied, snowboarded, wakeboarded, all kinds of
Sure.
outdoors,
Okay. Yeah.
sports.
Yeah, you seem it's all adding up. And what about your parents? What were they like? What was their
Parents-
what's their like? What are your memories? What are your how did they
Parents
influence
are
you?
definitely hippie
Oh
based.
shit, mine too.
Really, really. We used to make our own granola bars, and
Uh-huh.
really early. My
Yeah.
parents taught me a lot about nutrition,
Yeah.
and also like living in the moment.
Uh-huh.
Loving like hardcore. We tell each other we love. Every
Yeah.
10 minutes, love you, mom, love you, dad, love.
Yeah.
It's love.
And
Just
the only
tons of love.
child.
No, I have an
No.
older sister.
Okay.
Older sister,
How much older?
3 years.
Okay.
Lindsay.
Were you guys good?
Early we hated each.
Okay.
We just fought.
Yeah.
We loved each other, but we like fought all the
Yeah.
time. It was just like bickering, and then we'd, have a blow up, and I'd be crying, and she'd be, whatever, and then we'd come back, and we ended up fighting again and
Yeah.
making up, and it was all good. And then around, like when she was in high school, we started getting, closer. We
Sure.
started getting older, and
What kind of music were you into when you were a kid?
my first tape I ever bought was Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Okay.
Grew up on classic rock.
Blood Sugar Sex Magic? Or
It was the single, the Under the Bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's that album.
And then grew up on like Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers and Cars and
Okay.
Creedence.
Is this from your parents?
From my dad? Yeah.
Your dad, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So grew up on classic rock. And that's pretty much what I listened to until I got into hip hop.
And
how
did you
middle school.
get into hip hop?
Yeah, middle school was opening experience. You know, it's like I didn't know anything about dance. I had actually seen breaking like 100 times as a kid.
Really? Oh, that's a thing.
But I didn't even. The weird thing is it didn't register in my brain that movie was about dancing even.
Yeah.
So weird.
Isn't the brain of kids super
so weird?
Yeah.
Like I didn't even realize that movie was about dancing.
What would you have thought if you could like teleport back? That like what would you have thought
Maybe
it was
just
about?
Like conflict.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like street kids and corporate. You know, just there's just like some conflict. You know, and my brain didn't really register.
Was it?
Was
it the dancing though that made you watch it over and over?
No.
That's so interesting.
Yeah. I don't think so. Not that I remember.
Yeah.
So my first middle school dance, I was like a skater.
Yeah.
I was into skating.
When did you start skating?
5th grade.
Yeah. And how good did you get ultimately?
I got to where, I was a rollerblader.
Oh.
So
okay.
I called that skating. Okay. That was skating to me.
Okay.
So rollerblading.
All right.
But it was extreme. It was
okay.
It was like vert. I mean, breaking bones. You know, doing all the it's grinding.
Like what those kids do with the razor scooters now. It's not your grandpa's razor scooter. Yeah.
We were doing real moves. I used to do my favorite move.
Remember that girl in the X Games, that super hot like Brazilian girl? There was this really amazing.
Doesn't ring a bell.
All right, whatever.
No, I never got. To be honest, I never ever watched skating. Even like I never got into any of the mixtapes or anything where it was just. They built a skate park kind of close to my house, and then I just kind of got hooked. I was already good at the skating rink and stuff.
Yeah.
And then just got into vert, and I was doing things like air transfers where I'm like going over the half pipe, 6 feet in the air.
Now I asked everybody, I think you're the third, Slim, Tetris, and now you, that have a background in this. And this is one of my pet theories, that the balance you learn from any kind of skating transfers like seriously to movement, dance in general, like how Slim shifts his weight.
Yeah.
You and Tetris both have dope glides. Do you?
I would say more. Yeah. More like. I wouldn't put it in the category of balance. Yeah. It would be more like body awareness. Just being aware of your body
and where your weight is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that is balance, but like more.
I think they call it proprioception. Is the technical term.
That sounds legit. You got a little there. So got into skating. Yeah. And I went to middle school, and my middle school was pretty ghetto.
Oh.
Yeah, which is surprising.
Does Farmington have a lot of Native Americans?
We're right next to the reservation.
Okay.
But there's everything there. I mean, there's Black, Latinos, there's Indians. Yeah. So and I don't know if it's because of the oil field.
Okay.
Oil field brings a lot of business, and then, people move there, or
for jobs, sure.
What made Farmington so diverse, but we had a lot of gangs.
Whoa.
Yeah. Had gangs.
Whoa.
There was like, the south side of Farmington was like more Latinos. The west side was more
Do
blacks.
you have any Latino in you? Because you have a kind of accent, and but it doesn't feel put on to me. It doesn't feel like, some kind of like you're trying to.
No, I have Spanish.
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 But do you think it could this be why the influence, like just growing up around people that did have?
Now I speak I speak Spanish.
Sure.
My wife's from Mexico.
Yeah.
But
no,
I don't.
Could be it too. Yeah. It could be just her.
Yeah,
influence.
just being around it.
Yeah.
So much.
Yeah.
But my whole life I've been around Latinos, blacks. I mean, just being in the dance community.
Yeah, for sure.
I was always the token,
sure,
white kid.
Sure.
My mom has a funny story where I was at this park. We were there dancing. Mom, I'm going to be at the park dancing all day, blah, blah, blah. And she remembers pulling up to pick me up, and I'm just in I'm in the middle of a big group of gangsters. Just like, I mean, like they're in the park barbecuing, like thugged out, playing loud music, and I'm just this little, white kid running, "Hey, mom, dad." It's just I was always, accepted. I could dance a little bit, and
I think you have that personality. I think like just like when you said all the things you were into, skater, wakeboarding, whatever, like it's you have that at easiness. I feel like that's the thing because I was always stunned because I feel like I'm like way nerdier than you. So I was like way stunned that I got accepted in that way.
mm-hmm.
And I had to really kind of like in a nerd style like reverse engineer how it happened. And I feel like it was just like there's this illusion that in order to be accepted by gangsters, you have to act like a gangster when it's more just like you just have to be chill. You just can't be like all tense about it.
I never. The thing is I was a go-getter. Like I wasn't afraid of a lot, and I still am not afraid of much.
No, I mean it's evident.
Definitely
in your
a go-getter.
success.
I'm not afraid to try stuff. And the other thing, which is I think is pretty relevant today.
Yeah.
In my experience in my life, I didn't see color. It was like, this is my buddy. I grew up with Native Americans. I grew up with blacks and Latinos and other white kids. It's like, I didn't feel that, And yeah, it's been weird waters to navigate, now that just so much racism and things like that are out in the world. And it's like,
it's interesting. My wife Jenny is Chinese, and she was very involved for a long time in like the Asian American filmmaking community here in LA. And she always noticed that the people that were least connected to their culture were the people that were like the biggest activists, like the people that were like half Chinese or something, or that grew up around all white people or something. And she was like from Hong Kong and like just didn't have the same like tension around it. So it reminds me of what you're saying, that it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of the activism going on right now, and this is not a diss to any of the activism, just like an observation, might be coming from a lot of people that didn't have those experiences, and so they're like way more aware of it because they didn't grow up with it just being normal to have.
And I'm not naive on
I know.
But that's been my experience. And then since a lot of, the today way of thinking, a lot of this has spilled into the hip hop and the dance community. Like this separation of races, and we do this and you guys do that. It's like that's been weird for me. This is the first year I've ever received any message ever that I'm a culture vulture.
Oh.
Never once in my whole career.
Oh, I didn't know we were going there.
In my whole
now
career.
I'm excited.
In my whole career, I've never received that message.
Sure.
This is the first year I've ever received it, and it's like, whoa. Those are just big hits to me. It's like, oh man. And I'm in no way, shape, or form a culture vulture. You know what I mean? Like,
but the thing is, just to like, you, like a culture vulture doesn't think they're a culture vulture.
True.
That's the craziest part about what's going on right now. Like the idea that Bruno Mars is a culture vulture is like the craziest thing I could ever imagine to me. But then I look at it through the eyes of like some of the black singers that have said it, and I try to see it through their eyes and see his success, and he's surrounded by black people. Like the picture I just saw of you in China, I'm just like riffing now. It's you and a bunch of black people in large part, and it's interesting to just like it. I mean, these are just crazy things to begin to navigate. I mean, I've gotten messages like I have no right to make these videos. I have no, and it's I don't think there are any easy answers. You know?
No.
And I know I'm not claiming that you think there are easy answers. It's just it's
just weird to it's new waters to navigate for me. You know what I mean?
I think it's new.
Yeah, I've
waters
never
for
had
the
to.
world.
I didn't.
Because the thing is what's so crazy about it is I could just picture people even in the popping scene being like, yeah, he's a culture vulture. He doesn't have enough foundation or something like that. And it's like, that's where I find, I mean, I made some videos about this recently. What I finally came to is the realization that there's no possible way for me to live where I can assure that like everyone's gonna be like, yeah, he's for real,
100%.
and that oh, that's the risk I have to take of being alive and putting myself out there, is that I can't control people's view of it, and it's kind of an intense thing, and I would imagine for you, since your audience is broader than mine, that it's even more so. It's like, because the people, you know, most of my audience, they're like super into it. I mean, you're getting people that are just flipping through.
Yeah. True. The part that messes with me, I mean, as far as being called a vulture,
yeah, for sure,
is,
and look, I got the book right there, Culture Vultures by Dame Dash.
Is I got into popping because I fell in love with it.
Yeah,
you know,
same.
like, and I embraced everything about it. It's like I've never been biased towards styles. You know, it's like
for sure.
I wanted to fit in when it was like for me, the U.S., it was like all boogaloo. It was maxed out. You'd go to a jam and all you wanted to do is fit in. It's like, that's what I wanted to do. I was like, man, I just want to fit in. I'm from this outside place, from the desert, and I came to these events, and I knew that I had to learn how to boogaloo. So I would go home, no guidance, no teacher, no OG, nobody. It's like, and I had keys to a dance studio, and I would just spend hours and hours and hours just trying to figure the stuff out. First, I was off beat. Second, I was trying to learn a language that, I mean, it's like it didn't make any sense to me. You know, anything boogaloo, like, I tried as hard as I could. I mean, and this is like 6, 7, 8 years of trying to figure it out, having a few conversations that I would take home. And then I would pick those conversations apart. And what I ended up getting out of that was some boogaloo moves. Out of those years of trying, I ended up
you got one of the
getting
best
some
neckos.
boogaloo moves.
Yeah, for
you
sure.
know, I have more of the dance now than I ever have when I left it aside, because I said, these are the things that I'm actually good at. These are the things that I haven't had to work hard at.
You know, being around you, I've had this might be a little bit of this might take a minute, but
it's all good.
I've had a huge epiphany in the past 2 weeks, and what it was I was with my friend Sophie, who's dope popper, if you don't know her, and Function, who's dope.
Function.
Who's crazy.
Every time you say it, anytime somebody says his name, I think about that wave.
It's so crazy.
It's awesome.
He's
shout out to Function. He's a beast.
And we were showing each other stuff we like, just videos and stuff. And Function shows us this and that and the other. And Sophie's like, yo, it's so dope. It's like everything you're into is like, that's Function. And I was like, oh, it's so true. You know, it's like super tech and glitch and like trippy and, you know, just slick. And then I start showing them stuff and they're like, oh, dude, that's so Otis. And I was like, what? There's a, like, I didn't think there was, I didn't know I had
normal,
a thing.
cool.
Yeah, right. And I was like, well, what do you mean? And they're like, you know, it's like, it's so homemade, but it's like, it looks like it was super fun and it's kind of funky and like, you know, quirky. And I was like, oh my God, I didn't know I had a vibe. And I feel like my dancing has like doubled in skill in the past 3 weeks, because now I'm just hitting a point that I think you may have hit quite a while ago, where I'm like, I know who I am, and I'm not going to try to be Poppin John anymore, and I'm not going to try to be Chad or Poppin Pete or Andre. It's just like, I'm me.
You have a lane,
I have a lane, exactly. So that's a long way of saying when I think of you, and also hopefully not stepping on too many toes, when I think of Wiggles, I feel like you're very similar archetypally. I feel like you and Wiggles have a real similarity of beingness.
Oh, cool.
And it's not funk.
Mm-hmm.
It's super hip hop, just inwardly. And so I feel like when I think of the people that are dope boogaloo dancers, JG, Waleed, Pete, Kid Boogie, etc., like J-Rock, Popula, it's like they are funk people. Their style is funk. They think funky, and I think that's a super under discussed and under noticed part of this, is that different dance styles really fit different like when you think of Strobe, I mean, he is those tuts. Like everything about him is those tuts. And can you imagine him boogalooing?
No.
It would be the corniest thing you'd be like, you would think that the dude was just whack until you saw him tut.
Yeah.
So yeah,
No. So a cool thing that happened to me was I was basically trying to be Wiggles. You know, I was trying to be Wiggles.
Yeah.
I had a bunch of like sets.
Yeah.
So I started out breaking and popping.
Oh, okay. Word.
So what I learned from breaking was B-boys make sets. This is my head slide set. You have a obviously there's moments where you can like improv and stuff, but the majority of your thing is a set. Yeah. Like this is your set. And we used to actually have our stuff on paper, like bam, this set, that set, this set. My power set, my this set. And I used that in popping. So I would have
to this day, or
not as much. No, not as much today. It's there, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I have mental boxes that I check off if I've used something, especially in a battle. Yeah. This is all competition talk.
Yeah.
You know?
Cool. Word.
And I'll check them off and I won't do them in the battle again. You know, and those are like specific moves. You know, I used to watch those tapes and see Wiggles with his burns, his battle moves. Like he used to have this move where he, you know, had have the bird come off of his chest. He lets it go. He shoots it with the bow and arrow. He grabs it up. He eats it. Like those were really big. They stand out so big in my mind. It's like I've always wanted to have an illusion, tell a story, and have, you know, multiple sets of, you know, different concepts. You know, it's like, so that was I tried to really be a young Wiggles. And then what happened was I really tried to fit in with the boogaloo world, and a lot of those.
Can we back?
Yeah. Go ahead.
So, you really wanted to be Wiggles. What age are we talking when you're thinking like this?
16, 17.
Okay, and then what age are we talking when you're really wanting to fit in?
18, 19, 20.
Cool. All right, go on.
And so I tried to have all these moves, and then I realized that I needed to learn. I mean, from wanting to fit in, I needed to learn how to dance. It's like dance. And I have a completely different concept of what dance is to me.
You want to go for it now? Or I'm kind of interested.
Yeah, so like a few things. Like I've been to China a couple of times, and I've taught a lot of classes, and everybody's really hungry for information. And one of them is all about robot and animation, and they just want to get it. They want to understand it. And one of a huge percentage of the people in my class will ask me, how can you robot and have feeling? And I'm like, what do you mean? Like, you think when I robot I don't have any feeling? Like, the feeling is robot, you know? I don't have to have a bounce or a groove per se. I'm moving to the music. Like, for me, that's a feeling. That's its own feeling. That's an animated feeling. So a lot of the perception of if you don't have a groove or a bounce or a this, you're not dancing. Like, I completely disagree with all of that.
You ever discuss this with Tabo by any chance?
No.
Okay.
No. I've had I've had some cool like weekend arguments with all kinds of people about what is dance and all this stuff. And the thing about animation is it's a trip, it's an illusion. Like, but I completely 100% think that that's a dance. That's dancing. Like, even if it looks tripped out, we're moving to the music. You know, like, bottom line. That's at the end of the day. That's it. So I guess that wasn't that long of a
Sure,
you know, but that's basically where my brain goes. It's like we're all dancing. Like, we're all doing it. You know, some are better at this than that. Some are better. I always think about two different types of dancers. One is funk and rhythm based.
Yeah.
And the other is illusion based. And for me, I believe that everybody starts on one of those ends and either ventures to the other side or nurtures that one side that they're from. So that's kind of how I've, you know.
So I want to throw this at
Sure.
you. The thing that I would ask is, I would think that a dancer who is just going to the music and doesn't have a groove, as people call it, if they added a groove, then my thought is that like 80-90% of people would like it more, and that's a reason to do it, is that the audience would like it more. But that may not be right. That's just my thought.
I think I disagree.
Okay, cool.
I think people like to see something that looks fake. They like to see an illusion. I obviously, depending on the audience, but if we're talking about somebody that doesn't know anything about dance, I disagree that they want to see somebody groove.
Yeah.
They want to see some spectacular shit. You know, they just want to see a cool move. And if you can look fake and look robotic, or make your arms turn into water, or glide across the ground, that's what they trip out on. You know, that's what gets a response most of the time from my experience.
Yeah.
So that's what got me into popping. I saw Taco and Boogaloo Shrimp, like, they made me want to pop.
See, so this is,
you know,
super.
like,
Yeah,
I saw Shrimp with the broom glide over there, animate, robot, tick, wave, and that's what got me hooked.
So I actually think that there's at least a chance that this connects to the culture vulture conversation, because you could make a case that if you take the illusional aspect of the movement and you don't have the groove, the like black dance groove, then you've erased the essential part of it, and you're now just doing like a magic trick. And I want to say, before you respond, that I'm not saying I agree with that, but I think
I feel you. So I'm not talking about being offbeat.
No, I know,
I'm
but
not
I
talking
think,
about
I
not
think
connecting
that,
to the music.
Oh, right, okay.
Still connecting to the music, but having a bounce or a groove doesn't necessarily make you, dude. When you play Egypt,
yeah, good,
it's like,
good,
I don't want to.
Good pick.
I don't want to boogaloo to that. I don't want to bounce or groove to that.
That's a really good point. I would actually call that at first, like, just first checkmate. Like, I feel like you just checkmated, because
I want to get fake to that.
Yeah.
I want to go, you know, like, I want to connect to all those sounds, and it's all electricity sounding, trippy stuff.
Yeah, I think
you know what
you're
I mean?
actually
Like,
completely
I don't want to
right.
go.
Yeah.
I don't want to do this to that.
And even
in no way, shape, or form. That's why I think there's the two different spectrums of the styles is the music. The music sparked those feelings.
And you know what's crazy? And again, this is so delicate that I say it very, very delicately. In China, when I did the Crazy Dancing 5 commentary, and in the finals, Moments in Love remix came on, and Boogaloo Sam stopped the music and was like, no, play popping music. And so it's interesting that this, like that sort of, I mean, he's the king of that camp.
Yeah.
And so if that's it's super interesting. I want to do a reverse culture vulture thing, which is that if you are writing that song out of the history of this dance, that writes out a lot of people.
Yeah.
A lot of people that are now considered OGs. They may not have started dancing in like the early 70s, but nevertheless, like they have a whole history, and like that was their jam, and that was a popping song.
Yeah.
So that's super interesting.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like you're I mean, from the perspective of, for those that are either young or just, not super familiar, just to paint the picture, I would say starting about 2001, 2002, 2003, Boogaloo style, funk music, these shoes called Hush Puppies. If you're not familiar, Google them. Fedoras.
I had mad Hush Puppies, man. I had fedoras.
Yeah. This came into the dance scene because we were all young and just like looking to learn, and we're told like that this is what it is. And like in any scene, like, skaters wear baggy pants, ravers wear fat pants, whatever. Like, you want to be part of the thing that you're into. And it took people like Chad and Poppin John and Tetris, who kind of went in a different direction to start resurrecting like a whole other school of thought that didn't have anything to do in a certain sense with like funk music,
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of represent a sort of like a rebel camp in a way, like not intentionally, just because like that's what you're into.
And the thing is I was into Boogaloo. Like, I wanted to do it. I really tried. And the three people that changed my life, changed my style, was Mike Watson.
Wow.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Mike Watson, Shallow from Floor Lords, Poppin Todd. Okay. Those three, I was exposed to something refreshing. It was like I had all these years from not fitting in, and then having moments where people really liked what I was doing because I was throwing in some like animated waves, and I had an electricity to me that wasn't really taught.
Yeah.
And then I saw Mike Watson and I saw Shallow battle at Breaklanta. This was like 2004, 2003. And Mike Watson at that time was so animated and so electric, and he didn't groove or boogaloo, or it was just vibrations and looking fake. And my brain was just like, what's happening? And then seeing him and Shallow go rounds, and Shallow doing all these really animated waves and tripped out battle moves, it's like I went home tripping. So fast forward a couple of months, I went to Phoenix to one of the Furious Styles anniversaries, and I still have this footage.
You have it?
Yeah. I have the footage of this moment. I'm walking through, I'm recording. I had like a Canon T something.
Nice.
And I spent a bunch of money on it as a youngster and just used it. I have cassette tapes all over my house. The little mini DVs.
Yeah.
And Todd is in the circle, and I don't record looking at the screen. I'm kind of like this. I'll like check it every once in a while, so I can still live the moment and not just be watching the screen. And I have the visual of Todd. He's wearing a jean outfit. He's wearing jeans and a jean outfit jacket. And all he did in the circle, what I remember, is just a robotic bend. That's it. Just a and I think he even had like a little reverb at the end. And I went home and rewound that tons of times, just like, dude, how? Because I thought robot was corny.
Sure.
Because the only people that I saw trying it were Boogaloo
Yeah.
heavy dancers.
For sure.
And they would just kind of like come out there and like
Yeah,
shuffle
it was
around
like
a little bit.
checking a box.
Yeah.
I
Here's
did
my
that.
robot.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then back into some boog.
Yeah.
And Todd was the first one that I saw look like a machine. I was like, oh. I went home and my first robot was really awkward looking. I would be in these like flexed positions, and like I knew for some reason I knew that I had to be tense, which is weird because a lot of people that I teach, they don't realize that there's so much tension involved with robot.
Yeah, I feel like
it's
that's
more
one
just
of
kind of
the,
like
I feel like that's
like
one of the
dime stop here.
scams. It's almost like people don't want other people to be good, so they're like, nah, man, no, you just chill.
Just dime stop.
Yeah, just dime stop,
Relax,
bro.
just be in the position and you're good.
Yeah.
But then when you see Chad, you're like, whoa, there's like vibration and sweat coming off of him. You're like,
totally.
there's no way he's chilling. So, and I didn't necessarily see the tension in Todd's robot. But for some reason, I went home and I practiced flexing.
I just want to make a quick thing.
Go ahead.
That this to me is further proof of like it's a different angle of the same concept of like there are funky people and there are animated people and there are hip hop people and the proof of that is like what comes somewhat naturally to them where they're like, how did I even know to do that? And like those are the signs. Actually, this I think is incredibly useful advice for any up and coming dancers is like, don't overlook those things. Like don't miss what maybe took us like a long time to figure out what we were just naturally attuned to. And I don't think that many people teach this to look for that. I think they will in the future, but I don't think it's happened yet.
Yeah,
but these are real. This is real stuff because you see someone like John. He could still be trying to boogaloo 10 years later and be like, "Cool, man. Hey, keep it up."
Yeah.
And like that's it. It's like.
And I honestly believe that I would not be sitting here talking.
No,
to you
that's
today.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I mean by cool, man. Keep
Yeah,
it up.
keep
It's
going.
like
Keep going,
bro.
buddy.
Yeah,
you're on your way.
Yeah. 20 more years.
Yeah. I honestly believe you don't get to pick your style.
Yeah.
It's like you have a style in you. If you can find it early, then you're lucky.
And exactly. Thank you. So what I'm suggesting is if you ever notice somebody go, "Hey, how'd you do that?" and you kind of don't know, that's a huge hint that might be your style.
Yeah. I went home. I started trying to robot, and I realized that I was naturally good at it. My body just kind of like became a sponge, and so I didn't meet.
What year are we talking?
We're talking 2004, I think.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
So I didn't meet Todd.
Did Pandora win that con?
I can't remember.
Okay, cool. Whatever.
I didn't meet Todd, but I got footage of him.
Yeah.
And then I actually met him when I came to LA in 2006.
And how did you end up? Because I don't even remember. I was living in North Hollywood with Tyson, and I show up at Todd's house, and he's there with Random. And I was like,
Random met Todd in Colorado, I think a year before that.
Okay.
At like a rave or some type of music thing.
Yeah.
And Random was already kind of into popping and a little bit of breaking, and he saw Todd and was just like, "Oh, like this guy knows what he's doing."
Yeah.
And then I don't know if they exchanged info or if they had a conversation, but then Random, me and Random met in 2005, and then we ended up coming to Summit in 2006. And Random had been talking with Todd online or something about, "Hey, can we stay with you?" And he picked us up at the airport.
Yeah.
Cool. We came from the airport. The first person's house we went to was Wave-O-Matic's house. Dang, dude. I think there's so many people that have that story. Yeah. Like the first person that they experienced in LA was Wavo.
You know what's crazy? I think I actually have that story. From Summit 2002, I was so new and so intimidated. And like Motion Sickness is there, and J-Rock and Popula and Sally Sly. And there was this one dude who was just like super friendly. Like, what's up, dude? What's up, bro?
You're like, what? This guy's,
Yeah.
Wavo was so,
Wow.
It was funny because I was just getting to know Todd. We're driving to Weibo's house.
Yeah.
And I remember random asked Todd, he's like, hey, dude, does this, sorry if I'm doing your voice, man. I love you, bro. He's like, hey, dude, do you know if Weibo has a computer? You know, because I have to do something. And like Todd looks back at him and he goes, no, dude, I don't think he likes that kind of stuff. I was so serious, and we were both like, oh, okay, cool. You know, we'll just like log in somewhere. And we walk in, and like Weibo's got screens all over the place, and like he's like streaming live on some crazy website. And me and Randoms just like started busting up. Yeah, I don't know if we started laughing immediately, but then we talked about it. Like, dude, Todd's like, it didn't register.
I feel like in a parallel dimension, Todd's like a comedian. Like Todd is a funny guy, man.
Todd. Okay, so where was I? I went home. And I started roboting. I realized that I was really good at it. The other thing that...
Oh, wait, one sec. When did that 2-on-2 footage with you and Random that I feel like
2005.
Yeah. And it went... How did that... Because that's before YouTube. I feel like...
No, it's not before.
Oh, it's... Okay.
2004 is YouTube.
Oh.
YouTube came out in 2004.
Wow.
I posted my first video in 2005.
Okay.
And then the next video I posted was the battle with me and Random.
Okay. And it kind of went viral a bit. Or something.
Yeah. It got. I mean, during that day.
Yes, right.
It got. I mean, I think it has like, I want to say like 300,000 views or something.
Right, but I feel like at least 50, 100,000 of them.
The whole popping world saw it.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that was a 2-on-2 battle that, you know, got filmed and posted. Right. Not a lot was getting posted. It was like all LimeWire people sending people footage, and it was like that was streamed. You know, it's online. You could watch it anytime, and we got a lot of shine from that battle.
Sure.
And I drove out to Denver, and me and Tim just like started making routines.
Right.
And we had some cool like battle routines that weren't normal. It was just kind of like.
I remember the thing I remember from it is glides. I don't know who's gliding.
I had a really good glide, and the angle of the camera. Yeah, I was gliding away from the camera. It was so clean. Yeah, I mean, I still watched it. I'm like, dude, I was already, I was already sliding good. Okay. So the one thing I wanted to say,
please, you go.
I got into robot, and then I really realized that I never had to work at miming. I always understood illusion. So that was a realization during those like years or months when I started playing around with robot. I realized that I was really good at miming as well. I didn't have to think about it. And so that's where I started. That's where I started developing the other side of popping. And this is like 8 years in. You know, for a lot of people, that's a crazy number, especially people that are starting out. Like, I always give them the 10. I always tell them 10. But I don't agree with that anymore that much. Because think about, I would like to be corrected on this. Think about, like, when did Taco start? Does anybody know?
Like, how old was he?
Yeah, no, like, what year?
Oh. I don't know the year.
Because if he started in
you're right.
the late 70s, I mean, I think that's I mean, the earliest, right?
I think that
late 70s, early 80s. Yeah. You know, like let's say 79.
No, it's a good.
In 84, Breakin' One came out. Yeah. So 5 years of popping, and he was at that level.
I'm going to give that a maybe because I
definitely not 10.
No, I know.
You know what I mean?
I don't know though because
I can't say for a fact.
Two things. It was such a popular thing in Long Beach that he really could have started when he was like 8, 9, or 10. Yeah. Just messing around. Like, we just want to, I mean, one of my favorite parts of doing this is piecing together people who are dope, tracing their life back. and finding out that there's basically no coincidences in
Yeah.
life. It's not like, whoa,
Well,
they're magical prodigy. It's like,
Mhm.
even sometimes these days I get really like, oh my God, Slim is so good.
How is
and
he
then,
that good?
And I remember Tabot always saying he practices by far the most of anybody.
That's what I was going to say, is that during those days it was so popular that kids were waking up early
Right.
to go outside and practice with their friends, and then the street lights would come on, and then they'd be under the street light. It's like they would put a 12, 14-hour day in.
Right.
You know?
I mean, I watched recently. There's an interview. It's not that new, but it's an interview with Pete talking about how he met Taco. And once he met Taco's like 15, 16. Taco basically just started skipping school and taking his moped to Pete's house and just all day, every day, training.
Yeah. No, I believe. I
do.
Yeah.
I think
it could
regardless,
be more. It could be more, but I'm saying he was on a master
I think it's,
level.
Yeah, for sure. I
by 84.
I get where you're going. I think because I watched your live streams when you were doing them, your like Q&A live streams, and I really liked the advice you were giving people, because I assume that a lot of your audience is young people that want to get good really fast.
Yeah.
And that rather than like feeding them that. You're like, no, sorry. Like, I wish I could tell you that it will be fast, but it's not.
Yeah. The only thing you can do to supercharge that is just
there are
spend
and
more
the thing
time
is
doing
Taco,
it and practice correctly.
Right.
You know?
Taco could be like a LeBron James or something, where he just was obviously going to dominate from like the age of 14.
Yeah.
But those people are like 1 in 10 million.
No. And for me personally, like there's a small handful, but for me, Taco's like for sure one of the greatest of all time. I mean, like when I think about how good I want to be at this dance, I think about Taco.
What do you go on to that? Because I'm not as much in the Taco camp in that.
I don't even know Taco. I've never met him.
No. I mean, I'm saying
I got you,
in terms of the people I think of like that. So I'm actually super like.
So it's one of the things is the electricity. You know, that's for me. That's unteachable. It's not. You can't have it unless you have it. It's like I've had awesome students, and there's kids that have only been into it for a couple of months, but they have an electricity to them, an animated movement, a quickness of a wave, or things like that you can't teach it, you know? So Taco already was electric for me. It was like, and then how good he was at multiple things. It's like not just one. He was like an amazing animator, in my opinion, an amazing waver and cobra, and then he had glides and really hard hits. It's like footwork. All of those things was just like you can see if you never thought that. It's like a lot of my dance are those things. You know what I mean? Like waving, animating, gliding. You know, so. That was like a direction that
and even, I think even vibe-wise, like, that, because I feel like when you're at your best, you have that kind of mean vibe that Taco has in breaking, like with shades. Like I just pick, like I'm gonna kill you right now. Not like, yay, we're all in this together.
I learned that from the b-boy world, from the breaking world. Like we came. Like, dude, it's so fun to watch b-boy battles because of how much shit talk there is. Like, for sure. How good they are at making the other person feel like trash. Like they could have done the dopest round ever, and they're like, nope. Like some of my b-boy friends are like the best shit talkers. And I that's where I started too. So
actually, it makes me think, because even to just like probe. Even when I noticed you hesitated before you said shit talk, right? Like, and I get it. Interview, do I want to swear? All that kind. But when you just did that, it was so natural, right?
Yeah.
And it was so legit. I don't see you do that. And like a freestyle session, for instance, is the last battle I personally saw of you. And
Well, that's a good point.
that's
a good point.
And I know one thing is you're already kind of an outsider of the you're like the very edge of acceptable in the inner part of the popping scene, right? And that would now threaten even that.
Maybe.
Right?
Yeah.
So, but you also didn't win freestyle session. And I wonder, just random thoughts while we're here.
Yeah, if those outcomes could have been different.
Is like, that could, I think that could be a ticket for you, is to like fully embrace, like, I'm not part of your world. I'm here to kill your world, you know?
Yeah. The thing is I don't see I mean, it's true. I understand what you mean.
Sure.
But I don't think of myself as an outsider at all.
No, I know.
No. But what I'm saying is, like, people have, but I am. I get it. But I've never, like, I guess, or came to the conclusion that I am, you know, or agree. It's like,
sure,
dude, for me, I'm a popper, bro. 100%.
I know, it's so
weird.
Know? Like, you started Soul Bot, like it's such
me and Random and Sweet Feet. Me, Random, and Sweet Feet.
One of the most under.
We created a crew.
Was dope.
Is still dope. Dude.
Is he? He's still
dope. Yeah.
Sure.
So we created a crew called.
Wait. I'm so interested, but I want to.
Got it.
What do you think of that? Like, forget the outsider thing. Let's cancel that.
It.
But, like, you could.
The thing that I
that would bring such a dope out. You know who? You know who's like that? Fucking Shallow and Mike Watson.
Yeah.
They are haters.
Yeah.
And, like,
I guess it comes down to one. At freestyle session, those are 1 round battles.
Yeah.
Like, it's really hard for me to get, like, super into the battle when it's each guy's got 14 seconds. You know, like, I gotta do the dopest thing ever, and bam, I'm done.
Yeah.
You know, it's like
fair.
So that I'm used to, like, dude, I'll
go all.
I've battled tons of people in the cypher. Like, I get called out all the time.
Yeah.
You know, especially in other countries, like, people want to test me. A few things I would really like to say is,
please.
I grew up that a battle is F you. You know, like, I don't like you. I want to make you look bad in front of all these people.
Yeah.
No, I don't care if there's cameras anywhere. It's like, I don't like you. I want to make you look bad.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't grow up that there was, like, exchanges.
Yeah, right.
Can I exchange with you? Like, that's always been something super whack to me, because an exchange for me is a cipher.
Yeah.
It's like you have a group of your peers that you are testing your skills against and with, and you're trying to get your street cred and your acceptance in that cipher. And if the cipher's high above your skill level, you'll feel it. You'll feel that you're not on the level in that cipher. So for me, that is an exchange. That's an exchange of skill. It doesn't have to be this fake battle, you know, this fake aggression, like, oh, I'm coming after you. You know,
when Smurf was here, he said the same thing. And when I kind of peeked into it, it had a lot to do. He grew up in Koreatown around a bunch of real life MS-13 gangsters. And it was the same thing. And I think, again, I think it's super interesting to discover, because, I'm picturing Farmington as all white people and, like, middle class and whatever. So to hear that, like, you grew up like he did, like Frantic did, like Kid Boogie did, I think even J-Rock did. He went to, like, an all-black high school in a vibe where it wasn't, like, there's a corniness to what goes on now, not necessarily inherently, but to call it a battle. Like, a battle was a very different thing.
Yeah.
And I almost want to say that I feel like it's almost like on you guys, collectively to bring it to people,
Yeah.
because otherwise it's just gonna, I mean, it's like, because now that the dance goes international, like there's just gonna be fewer and fewer people that have any reference experience to like what that really means.
Yeah, I mean, I tell people that side of my story.
Yeah.
But it being an international dance, like some people don't grasp it at all. Like
For sure. I didn't really,
It's
honestly,
like-
I didn't grasp it until talking with Smurf. It was once I saw,
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I get it. If you're really seeing actual beef go down, and that's something that like you have memories of, and people really getting humiliated, like I don't want to show my face for a while
Yeah.
because that was like super embarrassing what happened. And then you come into this world, and it's like, here are the rules. Let's keep it positive.
And that's kind of the beef I have with competitions.
Sure.
Is like it's a forced fake aggression towards somebody else that you're not necessarily aggressive towards or have beef with, but you're supposed to, pretend
Right.
that you don't like them. And then afterwards,
But
like,
not too much.
Not too much.
Yeah.
It's like, so that kind of like,
Yeah.
and then there's been, a lot of like authentic battle talk recently,
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
and for me, battling somebody really aggressively in a battle that you don't necessarily have beef with,
Yeah.
is equally as, okay, let me see if I can say this right, equally as non-authentic as not battling them aggressively.
But to go back,
Does that
to
make
what
sense?
yeah, it does. But to go back to what you were saying about the B-boys, they don't.
Yeah,
they
yeah,
do
true.
that.
True.
The whole vibe is that.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
You're right.
And I feel, and that's
But
what
I-
I'm saying that I
I
see
actually
in
think
you
that they
is-
hate everybody.
Exactly.
Yeah,
But
I got
think
you.
you
Yeah,
hate
okay.
I think you're like a closeted hater.
That's a really good
because
point.
you're trying to, because there's a lot of reasons for you to be like that. You have a name in the whole world. You're a positive, uplifting person as far as I see, like both in your
Sure.
real life and in like the way you present yourself. And
But
and it's also just as, I would say it's even bigger a going against the grain if you were to come out to the next big contest and just like whack on everybody than not doing Boogaloo was. It would then that's where I went back to like the outsider of the outsider, because now you're doing like an unacceptable style with an unacceptable attitude and undeniable skills. And it's like,
no, I don't necessarily. I mean, I'm not saying that battling somebody aggressively is whack.
Sure.
Because I do it. I mean, if we go back through a bunch of footage,
I know.
like
But I'm saying,
Soulbotics versus like Control Freaks, like we were all buddies, and it was all trash talk, dude. It was like, and then afterwards, it's like, oh, dude, all love, blah blah blah. We break bread together and all that stuff.
Sure.
And then there was battles that it was just kind of like, I guess if I'm not actually threatened by the other person, or if I have
and
tons of respect for them.
Maybe this is why you became a popper and not a b-boy, because maybe that's why.
But there's this gray
B-boy.
area that's it's like, if I'm really close to you, I don't know, it's weird. There's this category that if you fit in there, or if I've been wanting to battle you for a while, I'm definitely going to battle you aggressively. Yeah. And I've actually wanted to battle Slim for a long time, and I got that chance.
Yeah.
But Slim is such a nice dude.
I know.
That it's actually, it would have been faked and forced for me to actually come at him like that.
Are you sure?
I didn't feel it.
I know, but what if that's Slim's greatest battle strategy? Is he disarms everybody? With kindness. And he thrives on kindness.
Yeah, true.
Then it's almost like he castrates all the super like you know, I'm gonna just say like you, Salah, maybe Frantic, J Rock, maybe not as much J Rock, but because he kind of does that, whoever. But like, and you guys all go into the like, yeah, that's right, man. We're all in this community together, and then
Slim's like, I win.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yo, Slim's awesome though, dude.
I know that's
so dope.
But that's what that's
yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I got it. So, since we're kind of talking about competition, I've been, I mean, from the very beginning, I was like I was a wrestler, and that's a one-on-one sport.
Yeah, sure.
You know, it's like
was too. Yeah,
one-on-one sport. Devious as well.
Yeah, that's right. So, yeah,
Devious is a state champion, bro.
State champion
in California.
Devious is a state
champ, heavyweight.
Devious, thank you for not beating me up.
Heavyweight state champ, dude.
Are you
in
kidding
California?
me?
In California, doesn't have
Devious is a heavyweight state champion wrestler.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, dude. He went to college.
Thank you
he went to college for wrestling. And went to I don't know where he went.
Oregon. Yeah.
And he said like he was one of the only like Mexicans in that town where he was at, and it was just super like racist, and he didn't enjoy it at all.
Diesel told me he was dope, but I didn't know.
No, he's a state champ. And the crazy thing about being a state champ in California is where I'm from, we have divisions. We have division 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, and that depends on how big your city is. Yeah. And California doesn't have any divisions. If you're number one in the state, you're number one. Like.
And that's what, when we battled, that was what he clowned me on most, was conditioning. He's like, bro, you're so out of shape. It's crazy. And I was like,
I forgot about your guys'
Yeah, sure. Know? That's why I'm saying thank you for not beating me. Like, he could have, because I got all up in his face, dude. We won't go there. But yeah, he could have easily just taken me down, and that would be that, apparently.
So, being a one-on-one sport, I'm competitive.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm really competitive. And then when it got into popping,
and wrestlers are gritty too, man.
I took on all of that competitive nature and put it into popping.
Sure, and you look at Wiggles and Taco as inspirations. I mean,
but that much competitive nature has also kind of turned me away from battling as much, because I get heated. I get really upset if I lose, especially if I think I was cheated. If I think that it was a political loss, like, I'm heated, bro. Like, I walk off like stomping, like tears in my eyes, like I'm upset. So I've been really picky about what judges I'll be judged by.
Sure.
You know, if I feel like it's a neutral, I'm not saying if they're on my side.
Yeah, I get it.
I'm not saying if I'm going to win.
Yeah.
If I think it's a neutral panel, I'll enter and I'll compete.
Yeah.
And if not, then I sit back and I enjoy the event, I cipher, and I hang out.
Yeah.
You know? So I've had to take on, I mean, I've gone to Just a Boot a bunch of times, 4 times.
Yeah.
Freestyle Session, B-Boy Summit.
Yeah.
I mean, I think all of them that you can name, I've been to them.
Yeah.
And that was a really big motivation for me, was battling. And then, like, you know, I'd get up to the finals and I'd lose in the finals, or there was a few that I was already really skilled and I didn't make it past prelims.
Yeah.
And I'm tripping, dude. Like, I'm not the type of dude that I want to, you know, have a big confrontation with the judge and like call people out. Like, I don't do that.
Yeah.
But I'm heated, you know? So that being said, I still felt obligated to represent.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I felt obligated to represent for people that are animating and they are doing this side of the spectrum, and they don't see a lot of people battling in that, you know, with that style.
Sure,
you know?
sure.
So yeah, there was kind of like a push-pull feeling, you know, with battling. And then I mean, this is my profession. This is how I make a living.
Mm-hmm.
So battling doesn't pay the bills.
Sure.
You know, it gets you some recognition and maybe some gigs, but what I do, like, I actually spend a lot of time putting content out, putting out good videos, you know, collaborating with other people, and that's what gets me most of my work, not winning this jam.
Yeah, for sure.
You know?
And I forgot to mention at the beginning, one of the other things is like not only all the things I said, but you started, I think, one of the first and most known tutorial sites, and you went on your own, learn2bus.com. Like that's just a number 2, not
learn number
2 bus.com. I'll have a link in the description.
Thank you.
You know, so I mean, it's you know, there's like a lot in there in terms of finding your own lane. In like, it's like finding your own lane of your own lane of your own lane,
and being comfortable in your skin there.
Totally.
Being comfortable in that lane is the struggle. You know, I see a lot of, like, honestly, when green tech blew up, when green tech got famous in the popping world, like, it was because of a few things. One of them was his swagger, I would say, and his battle, ability, and the other was his ground moves.
Yeah.
You know, it's like those two things for me put him on the map. It was like, bam, whoa, you know?
Yeah.
And at that time, I told myself, I said, I hope that Green Tech survives the fame. You know, I hope that his dance survives the fame, because once you get out there, like, dude, comments are, I mean, you felt it too. Now that you're doing a bunch of content, it's like you have to be comfortable in your own skin. You can't get too manipulated by other people's opinions. And that was one thing that I've gotten good at, and I've learned that I have thick skin. I take people's criticism with a grain of salt, but at the end of the day, I'm comfortable with what I'm doing. And I don't mind people saying like, Poppin John does the same thing over and over and this and that. And it's like, I'm perfecting the things that I'm doing, and I'm comfortable with it. And I see the variation in my dance. Yeah. It's okay if they don't.
Yeah.
You know, so I had to really, really get comfortable in my skin and let those comments just pass, you know, because they're tough. I mean, there was moments where I was like, I'm done, dude. I'm this is whack, you know. But then I made it past, I made it past those moments.
You want to go into that a bit more, because I feel like, for the next Poppin John who may be watching this, I feel like this is the kind of thing that there's not a lot of guidance about. And, even just like anything from how bad it felt to what, like, any kind of positive self-talk or something.
Oh, cool.
Like
yeah.
Just
Dude, I'm all about it.
Yeah.
So, this is a cool story. In 2008 or 9, was it 8? That was How the West Was Won, that popular one. It was like How the West Was Won was connected to Freestyle Session, and
I was gone at that time. Once Todd got beat up, I disappeared for a few years, and
so that it was. So I think it was 2009.
Oh wait! Freestyle Session?
Yeah.
With Popular, like in J Rock, like 2-on-2 or no?
Yeah, no. Okay. It was 1-on-1.
Okay, then no, I don't know.
And then it was crew category.
Okay, no.
And Soulbotics, we got smoked by Miss Funk and her group of girls.
Okay.
Like they demolished us, bro.
Okay.
They had a routine for every round. So that's another story. Yo, shout out to Miss Funk. Like we honestly thought we were gonna like just steamroll over them. We're like, dude, we're gonna smash.
Yeah.
And they came so correct.
Wow.
It was like, it was brutal. It was brutal, dude. So, anyway, that freestyle session, Salah was one of the judges. I battled Popula. I got beat, and that time I was in super animation mode. Like, dude, I would like shuffle into the middle of the dance floor. Like, I wouldn't even move my legs. I just boom, and I would just be this animated.
Was this around the time? One of my favorite clips of you of all time is the Metro area clip in the studio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Similar,
like similar time.
Similar,
yeah.
a little bit past that.
Okay,
I think that might have, a little bit past that. Maybe a year after that.
Yeah.
And I was wearing like this silver shiny shirt, and I'm in animation station like big time. And that's the first day I met Chad. You know, which was a big moment. And I was hungry for information, and I was like, my path was on the way to, I wanted to be the best, you know, at whatever I was doing, you know, and at that time I'm animating and waving and glitching out and just looking trippy. And robot was a huge one. I had been street performing like tons, and I went up to Chad, was like, Chad, Todd told me you're the greatest robot, like you're the best, like show me, you know, like it wasn't, and I probably came off like an asshole, but I was just so hungry for, you know, to get pushed, to grow,
inspired,
and Chad's like, oh man, like, you know, he was just
that's a good whoa, that was a good
man,
Chad
like,
impression.
oh yeah, you know, I'll get down, like, cool, whatever. And we ended up chatting a little bit, and then he kind of just brushed that comment off. It wasn't like, dude, I'm not gonna like audition for you or whatever, you know. And I was just so hungry to see it. Like, I want to see somebody better than me at this.
Sure.
And me and Chad had a moment where we were watching Andre in the circle. And Andre had this moment that nobody else saw. Everybody saw it, but nobody caught it. And it was just this super animated, like, mouth move, a vibration with something.
Yeah.
And I saw Chad from across the, you know, the circle, and we both locked eyes. We're like, you know, and we were both kind of like, how did nobody get that? And it was just the uneducated eye not catching it, you know?
I've said for a long time, I think Chad might have the best eye of anyone I have personally ever met.
Yeah, dude. Chad's my bro, man.
Yeah.
100%. Shout out, man, Chad.
And
huge inspiration.
I mean, to talk about you going against the grain, I mean, when Chad went against the grain, there wasn't anyone else. I mean, there was maybe Pakalika and Andre and Flat Top, and like that's it.
Yeah.
Wavo.
Yeah.
But yeah.
No, Chad's the real deal, dude.
Yeah, man.
Chad's the real deal. Like, from, I mean, the thing that we have a lot in common with is, like, we both I got crazy about, you know, learning. I got addicted to learning. Like, I honestly would feel weird if I hadn't progressed in my style like that week.
I see a lot of similarities actually between you and Chad and Diesel in like fitness, nutrition, health, obsession, get better, obsession.
Yeah. No, yeah, I 100%. Me and Chad have, the cool thing is that me and Chad have a lot in common, like outside of dance, which is awesome. But we have so much in common in the dance, so that's a go-to for sure. But we have so much in common outside of it, which is, you know, a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So at that event, I meet Salah. Sees me, you know, he sees me in like this crazy animation state that I'm in, and he comes up to me after the event and he's like, "You need to unlock your legs." And I was like, "Okay, thanks," you know, like. But for me, I didn't want to go from animating and just being this tripped out robot thing and going into a walkout, you know, because so for me, there wasn't animated footwork,
right?
You know, in my mind, it's like there's no, I can slow-mo walk, I can do a shuffle or a little glide, but I didn't see those as like real good animation footwork. You know, it just didn't exist to me at that time. So fast forward about 6 months.
What kind of shoes are you wearing at this time?
Hush Puppies.
Oh, okay.
Wearing Hush Puppies. Fast forward about 6 months, Salah calls me. He hits me up and he's like, "Hey man, I want to enter Just a Boot with you." And I'm like, "Wow, dude!" Like,
I remember when you guys entered together, it was like, "Oh, Poppin John's dancing with Salah now."
Yo, dude, I tripped.
Okay.
I mean, Salah was huge.
Salah is huge.
Is a huge inspiration. Always will be a huge inspiration. Like watching, like, yeah, dude, he's
also
one in a million for sure.
And what struck me, like, you know, beyond all the obvious things of Salah that like everybody knows, seeing him again so up close at freestyle session was like, dude, his isolation, like his technical isolation, is just so crazy. It's like nuts. It's mutant like.
It's like we have pretty good isolation.
Yeah, totally.
and Salah has that same level of technique with exaggerated isolations.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
nuts. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, when my favorite isolator of my friends is Function. And when I ask Function, like, who has the best isolate, Salah, no question.
Nuts.
Nobody's close.
So I fly to France and I hang out with Salah for 2 weeks.
Wow.
Not a lot of people know this what I'm going to talk about.
Love
Not
it.
a lot of people know this. So I fly out to France, and Salah has a couple of gigs. He has a gig with like Honda, a random, and he's like, I'm training for, this world competition, and I have a locking partner and a popping partner. And the only way I'll do the gig is if you get rooms for them and bring them out as well. So we end up like outside of Paris, kind of like a couple hours outside of Paris, and we're in this like 5-star hotel, like my own hotel room. Like, we have our own dance room, like at this 5-star hotel, and we get to train in it all day. So Salah is going from training with me and then training with Khan from
Locking Khan from Korea?
Yep.
Oh.
So that was his locking partner.
Wow.
And which was crazy to me. I'm like, dude, you have 2 categories, like, and you need X amount of routines. I mean, he worked crazy, and he was gonna do this gig and has this whole show. It's like, dude, it was nuts. Like, me and him would put in this crazy day, and then I would take a break, and he'd be putting in a locking.
Did this inspire you on work ethic, would you say?
I was already a hard. Of course, it was inspiring. Of course, it was inspiring.
Because I'm thinking of you already as somebody with what most lazy ass poppers would call like a good work ethic. But to see somebody that's now going well, it sounds like well beyond your oh, there's like it's similar to maybe how Chad, wanting a push.
100%. Yeah, I mean, and for me, I always kind of saw like, I don't want to do other styles. I gave up breaking because I wanted to focus on one thing.
Yeah.
And I never had a want to learn any other style.
Yeah.
It was like, a lot of people told me like, dude, you should learn another dance style. You should learn house. You should learn this. And I'm like, yeah, no. I like it. I like those styles, but no, I'm not starting over. I'm not. It's like, I'm focused on this. I'm building a tower, it's like of skill in this one thing. And I feel like
that's very inspiring.
I feel like I'll get sidetracked.
Yeah.
And I've seen people venture out to other styles, and their popping has paid the sacrifice. Like, I've watched their popping.
Oh, this might be a good time,
to
bring in the liquids conversation in case we don't remember to get back to it, because that was one of the dopest things I've heard in the past.
So Random.
Yeah.
Random, my brother. I mean, we're our family, dude. I love you 100%. Tim Salas, you're the man. You are the man. All right, from Colorado.
And a crazy ass photographer, by the way.
Dude, Tim's a crazy, smart, nerdy, awesome dude. So Tim told me this analogy. I don't know where he got it from, but he got it from somebody. I can't remember who it was. But basically, we are.
Listen up.
All of us as poppers or as talented humans have this much liquid, like, that we're blessed with. And this liquid is like your talent, like your energy, basically. And we have all these different vials of the different talents or the different skills that you can put that liquid into. So for me, Chad has poured all of this liquid into the robot, vial. Okay, it's like, bam, it's maxed out. And then he has a couple of like drops in the waving and the miming, or
modeling.
In the modeling, in the beauty vial. And then there's people like Taco that have, a good amount of liquid in the wave, a good amount of liquid in, animation and robot. It's like, you can fill these up, and a lot of people can stretch their liquid too thin. They can just they fill up all the way across the board, but they never get to know what it feels like to have one vial like maxed out because they're sidetracked with all these other things. So I hope I kind of described that.
Yeah, that was good.
Correctly.
That was super good.
So Tim gave me that analogy. I use it all the time. He also gave me another one that popping is like a spiral staircase. You start somewhere, which is like the thing that inspired you. You start to learn that, and then you end up venturing out to other things that people kind of like. You get advice. You should learn how to do this. You should learn how to do this. And there's a moment where you eventually say, I'm going back to where I started. But you've leveled up because you ventured out and you learned other skills, and now you're back to where you started, and you're developing the things that made you want to do the dance with a higher level of skill because you ventured out.
And
then you end
a greater conviction.
Yeah, you come back. So we see it kind of like as a spiral
really
staircase.
good.
You always keep leveling up. You can venture out and you can make this huge lap.
Sure.
In my opinion, that's what I did.
Yeah.
It's like
same.
I did this 8-year lap,
Sure.
my boogaloo lap, and I came back to
15-year lap.
Yeah. So, So those are some cool popping analogy. I want to go back to my
please.
France.
Yeah.
So I'm with Salah, and Salah is such. I mean, me and him, we had an automatic like connection. You know, it's like I felt like I had known him my whole life.
Yeah.
We were really tight. Like we trained in. I mean, we did crazy stuff. We like trained in the sauna. We were doing our routines in the sauna. We were like having, competitions in the water. Like I can hold my breath for a really long time. And anyway, we did a bunch of cool stuff. We definitely bonded as, dance partners. And the thing that he wanted to do with me was he wanted to help me. He's like, I want to help you develop, because he thought, I think he still says it today, that I was like technically the best he had ever seen at that stuff. And he's like, if you do this, you should learn this. So for 2 weeks, he gave me critiques. He gave me things to work on. And he was helping me in the big picture, but I'm going into war. I'm headed to battle. And for me to walk into battle, you have to be 100% like sure of your
conviction.
I'm gonna smoke everybody.
Yeah.
It's like, and he was more of a preparation battler. Like, we need to watch out for these guys. We need to watch out for these guys. These guys are really good. These guys are gonna have this type of fusion, and we need to watch out for them. And I'm like, I don't care about that. Yeah, I don't care about them. We're gonna prepare how we're gonna prepare, and we're gonna smoke everybody. That's where I need to be to go into war, And by the time I got to the stage, it's like my confidence was gone, dude. It was maxed out. It was like I just want to go home and train. That's what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
It's like I want to go home and train, and me and DJ, we had like an internet beef at that time. I posted a showcase at an event, excuse me, and I did a over the
Wait, before, since people may not understand why you're saying this, they battled, him and Salah battled Jita Wee and Pepito at Juice Taboo.
Yeah. So that's the battle that we lost. So we basically, DJ Wee came up to me. Okay, so
is that how are you?
This is real beef.
No, I know, but I'm saying, are you? I thought I have no idea, but I thought his name was pronounced Jita Wee. Do you know, or
that's as good as I can do.
Okay, all right.
DJ Wee, there we go.
If
I'm wrong,
from now
dude,
on.
which he's a awesome
Sure.
dancer, super dope, like
super dope,
very
like a
very
motivational
creative,
coach.
very creative,
Yeah.
so good.
Yeah.
So at that time,
Okay.
in my opinion, everybody wanted Salah to lose in France.
I believe it.
It was like, we're tired of this dude. Like, you've been dominating Just a Boot for all these years, and you're this big superstar, and we want to see the next generation come up and smash you.
Yeah.
That's the
I
feeling.
felt it
That's
when
the
I
feeling.
watched that battle. I had that feeling of like.
So one DJ, they already wanted.
Wait, do you want to? Are you gonna go back?
Yeah.
Okay.
So one, they already wanted Salah to lose. Two, me and DJ, we had beef from the internet.
Yeah.
I posted a video, and I did this wave. Okay, so I did a over the arm trace wave.
Over the arm trace.
Over the arm trace wave, and he commented like, "That's my move." No, like question mark. And I kind of like commented all, cocky, like, "Oh yeah, dude, you're gonna claim an arm wave, like, cool," So then it became like this thing, and we had seen each other at freestyle session, and I didn't know he was the guy that I was arguing with online. One of his buddies tells me, "Yeah, that's," and I'm like, "That's him." So the next day I was ready to call him. I was gonna call him out, and I kind of like searched for him in the ciphers, didn't see him. He was in the competition. He got knocked out by somebody, and then I never got the chance to call him out. And the whole day was nuts. I mean, just everybody was running around. I had met Chad. I had met, all these people. So his buddy tells him that I was going to call him out. So then that just like, put some wood on the fire. And by the time I got to France, it was like known that this guy was gunning for me. They come up to us backstage and they're like, "No routines. Like, one-on-one. Let's handle it. Let's handle this on stage." And I'm like, "Dude, I do this, bro. Like, let's go." And which was such a good battle tactic for them because, one, they didn't have to use a routine, and two, they already had the crowd on their side. Like, it was a smart move. And me, my pride was like, "Let's go, dude. I'm down. Like, you and Salah and Pepito and me and you.
Yeah,
like, let's
real.
do it. Yeah, let's
exactly. Go." Yeah.
So the beef on stage is real.
Yeah.
Like, we are talking trash the whole time, and
this battle's online in case anybody doesn't know. It's a dope battle too.
So this was top 8.
Yeah,
top 8.
Yeah.
And so in the battle, which
you guys, and in my memory, you guys were the favorites going in. It was kind of like, I feel like it was one of those things where in a certain sense it was like, oh, okay, Salah and Poppin John won Juice to Boo this year. You know how that happens sometimes? You hear certain people
you're just like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
Oh yeah, they win.
Mm-hmm.
And so
I think a lot of people thought we were just gonna walk in.
Yes. Okay. Right. Yeah.
So during the battle, DJ Wee goes out first. I answer. DJ changes the song. Pepito comes out. Salah answers, and something happened where me and Salah were like, "Oh, we got to use a routine, bro." Like we both discussed, like, we got to do a routine because that somebody's round, I think it was DJ Wee's round, just like topped my round.
When didn't
crowd wise?
Yeah, did something happen with a hat or something?
So we started coming out. Yeah. We started coming out, and the DJ dropped. It was a really bad song. Yeah, it was just like there was no beat yet. It was no beat. It was just like, and the time had already started. Yeah, and you can see in the footage, like, we're starting to walk out together, and Pepito and those guys were like telling us like, "Oh no. We told you no routines." We were coming out to do a routine, and Salah felt that we weren't able to do the routine to that song. So you could see he just kind of like tells me to like fall back. So he hits a really good round, and at the end of his round, he does this like bone break thing, and he shoots an imaginary gun at the team, and he runs over and catches the bullets.
Yeah.
And he falls down, and his hat falls off. And DJ Wee walks over and he goes, it was like in slow motion, dude. And the whole place erupted. Yeah. And there, a crowd response is, it's not like, woo. Yeah. It's this roar. It's like a football game roar. And the whole place erupted.
Either, yeah.
And he like throws the hat into the crowd, and it's like, what? And Salah didn't even see it.
Oh no!
Salah didn't even see it. So he does one of his moves where he pops up off of his back, and he starts like walking out, and he's looking at me. And if you see in the footage now, you can see him ask me a question. Yeah. And he's like, what did he do? What happened? And you can see in the footage that I explain what happened, and he's like, oh, okay, like, damn. Then the thing that messed with me a little bit was they're supposed to dance to that same song. 2 rounds,
Yeah.
One
sure.
dancer, same song.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we came out to this crappy song and weren't able to do our routine. We end up doing a solo. The hat move happens, and then the DJ goes, bam, and he throws on a really hype funk song for for Pepito to finish. And yeah, we lost. I mean, it's like, so that was a long story about
That's a good story.
my France.
Yeah.
The reason I started talking about that
Yeah,
was
yeah.
because I wanted to talk about the lows that I went through. So me coming home from that, and this is during like westcoastpoppin.com and all this stuff, and like bam, that battle was already up by the time I got home. You know, and everybody's just like, oh, John was trash and this and that, and like all these like really bad, comments, from the Poppin community. And it was like, we need real U.S. representatives and all this stuff. And I was like, crushed, Two things that came out of that was I came home and I said, all right, I really need to learn how to pop. I need to learn how to just be on time and pop on beat. Just sit there and be able to go boom, bah, boom. That's it. I just need to learn how to do that and be really comfortable with it, because I need to use that as my clutch in those big world competitions.
What do you mean?
I have to use that as the gear, as the thing that takes me from move to move.
Yes.
That's my in between.
Yes.
That's the glue that glues all my.
That's
my
why
moves together.
everyone eventually comes back to foundation.
Yeah.
Because you find
It's
that,
the best.
oh, you need a glue.
It's the best glue.
Yeah.
It's the best glue. You can't find a better glue.
Yeah.
So I came home and I learned how to pop. I mean, I just learned how to just crack on beat, and it took me about 3 months of straight up training. Like, I'm going to become a popper now. It's like, I tried to be a boogaloo guy. I became an animation guy, and I realized that regardless of what style I'm going to do, I have to have this glue. That's one thing that I came home with. The second thing that I came home with was depression. It was like, dude, I was so depressed. Like, there's a couple of posts that there's these huge like comments about how trash we were and all this stuff, and I commented, and one guy that I've seen him a couple of times in person was Confusion.
Yeah. Oh,
Confusion was just he loved to just smash on me, bro. Like, he was so good at it too. Like, and there was one comment from him was just like, he just went in like hardcore on how trash I was, and that I was just this big biter, and I was trying to be all these other people, and that I just made a fool of myself on stage or something like that. I don't know, not word for word, but
sure, the gist.
And
yeah.
I replied, was like, you know what, guys, I'm not happy with my performance either. I buckled under the pressure. That stage is so big and so difficult to be on. You feel like you're 100 yards from any spectator.
You are.
You feel like you're by yourself in this big, huge, spacey room. It's weird. And then you just have these guys on stage with you, and it's like you don't know which way to face. It's hardcore. So I replied, and it was a very like open, honest reply. Was like, I'm working. I've come home with so much stuff to work on. The next time I'm on that stage, I'm gonna redeem myself. Like, it was a really positive and like accepting of all the criticism, comment. And Confusion replies, and he goes, "Whoa, that's the most humble like reply I've ever like. I expected you to come with all this, whatever." So it was cool. I like,
cool.
Okay, I put that out there, and then that's when the depression kind of set in. Was like, oh man, like, it was whack. It was such a hard, obstacle for me, was being asked by Salah and then us being beat like that. It was hard. It was really hard.
God, and that for anybody that hasn't yet, when they watch this, seen it, that's really like, if Juste Debout ever did like a top 10 classic moments of Juste Debout, that thing that Jitowe did is one of them. So it's like, because crickets is like the default at Juste Debout on the big stage. It's like nobody cares. No matter how good you do, it's like, yay! It was
an explosion.
It was an explosion.
It felt like people were jumping in the air, like everywhere, just like. And
I
so
experienced it. It is crazy. I went to Juiceaboo in 2014, and in the experimental category, that dude S with the afro who does the crazy.
I was there.
You were there? No, it was Heat Rock and what's Snap Boogie, where they beat J Rock and Todd. It was the
me and Bugs were there.
For real?
Me and John Bugs.
I believe I didn't see
unless
you.
it was 2015.
They didn't have it 2015. I would have thought you were 2013.
We're 14.
All right.
We made it to top 4.
No. It was no. I promise. Is there a chance I'm wrong? There is a chance I'm wrong. It could have been 2015. I don't think so, but
because they skipped a year. We were at the last.
Yes.
We were at the last. Just a boot before they skipped a year.
The year I went.
Did they have like the top 32 at Moulin Rouge and all that stuff?
Hoan and what's his name won, or Hojin and Kin or something, or
and they battled 2 guys from Germany in the finals. We lost to those Germany guys. The Gypsies.
Dang, yeah, the Gypsies. Yeah.
So anyway,
yeah. But that kid, I don't know if you remember, but he won experimental,
dude.
and that was the only he got that kind of crowd reaction.
And that was a big eye opener for us as poppers, because popping was always the highlight
of Juiceaboo.
Yeah,
for sure.
And then it kind of like started transitioning into hip hop.
Yeah,
and that was a big one. Was like we really felt it that nobody cared about popping. I mean, at that event, it was just kind of like,
cared.
All right, we want to see, we want to see the hip hop.
Yeah.
Like that was usually the popping final was like this big, thing. And Salah was a huge reason for that. Was like that's what made the popping category so huge.
Earlier today, I'm working on a video about Juiceaboo, and the stage it's too big. It's there when you think of popping. Popping is a dance that's made for a street circle, like a circle of about maximum 30, 40 people.
It's so huge.
To have
it's
a
like,
stage.
It feels like 50 yards circle.
Popping
like
is not a dance that can contain that stage. And unless you're Salah.
Yeah.
Unless you're literally flipping and,
Yeah, and for me, Ever since I've been on that stage,
I mean,
I felt my dance is so small.
Yeah, exactly.
For that, it just looks like I'm standing there just going.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
So I've had to like really open up the dance while I'm on that stage, and sometimes it works and sometimes it's not.
Sure.
So
yeah.
Okay. Really fast.
No, don't have to be fast.
I went home.
Sure.
Learned how to pop.
Okay, yeah.
Depressed.
Yeah.
Learned how to pop. And for about 3 months, it was just I became a popper. Like I'm a popper. I'm just popping. I'm not doing that many moves. Any moves that I do have to like go in and out of the pop. Like so I started losing a lot of robot. I started losing a lot of stuff. And Todd called me. Thank God. Thank Todd.
Thank Todd. Totally.
And he's like, "All right, dude, that's enough." He's like, "All right." I mean, we hadn't even talked about it. He's like, "All right, you learned how to pop."
What is he? How is he's seeing footage of you?
Footage or
some?
Yeah, it must have been footage. It just had to be footage.
Sure.
And he's like, "All right, dude, you learned how to pop. Like now go back." And I had a good conversation with him, and he just like, "Go back, bro. Like go back to the Poppin' John stuff that you were doing because you were really onto some dope stuff, and now you just look like a popper." And I was like, "Okay, thanks, man." And I go to practice. I used to practice in a parking garage, just by myself. I had my own garage. It was awesome.
I had my own garage.
It was brand new too. It was like not even dirty yet, and nobody parked there. It was just this big building downtown El Paso. Yeah. So, I go back to practice and I start trying to robot, and my robot was. I'm like, oh, like that's not it. And it took a while to knock the rust off. Like it took a while to come back to actually looking like a machine. I want to say it was like 3 practices. It was actual like 3 full sessions of trying to like get it again. And then once I started feeling it again, like I told myself, I made a vow to never
Yeah.
to never leave it alone again, because I actually felt like I lost my robot, and I was like, dude, you know how hard that was to get, and if I can make it disappear in a couple of months of just trying to do something else and not being conscious of it.
Wow, that's super interesting.
And dude, if Todd wouldn't have called me, I don't know if that, I mean, I hope that I would have gone back, but I was on a path to like being a competition popper, like being a mold, being in that, like, these are the boxes I have to check,
right?
And that's what I'm learning, you know. So
it's so interesting that the focus in competition popping is not on doing the thing that looks the dopest.
Yeah, it's box checking.
It's so weird because it holds popping back so much, because for a regular audience, they don't know that people are checking boxes, and it's like, oh, that's okay.
Those guys won. Usually that's the comment that I get from people, is when they're watching a popping battle, they're usually like, those guys won? That guy won? You know, like, why did that guy win? You know, that most of the time that's the comment.
He had stronger foundation, and that's what's important.
Check the boxes, man.
Yeah.
And I get it. It's like it's hard.
Yeah.
It would be really hard if you didn't have the criteria.
Totally.
If you didn't have the boxes to check, it would just be this.
Yes.
You know,
undefined
like,
thing.
Oh, I think that looks cooler. You know what I mean?
Right. Right, which is what happened during the b-boy era.
Yeah.
When popping was like a b-boy sideshow.
Mm-hmm.
That is what it turned into.
Yeah, I mean, I was on the tail end of all that. There's all this just leg behind your head contortion stuff that they're like, dude, I don't care. I'm not they're wearing like rock outfits, and it was like this whole circus, you know, type looking stuff.
Yeah.
And not that it didn't contribute, you know, to the dance, but at that time it was just like, whew, you know, far on a tangent. So yeah, that was a really low moment, but now that I look back, I learned so much from it.
Yeah.
I learned, you know, what to focus on when I do post something, when a battle does get posted. If I lose a battle, like, I'm so much more comfortable losing.
Yeah.
Even if I get smoked, even if I, you know, really feel like I got robbed, like, I'm okay with that going up and people seeing it and people commenting and people putting their, you know, 2 cents in. It's like, go ahead, you know, I'm good.
And I think, I mean, I don't even know if you know this, but I feel like when I hear this, one of the most important things you got is like conviction. Like so few people in their, like, I don't know if you've ever had this experience. I've had it with like non-dancer friends, that sometimes they're like, dude, you're so lucky that you like have this thing you love so much and that you're so passionate about, and I just kind of take it for granted. Like, doesn't everybody have? So I think in a similar way, like, you're very fortunate to have this vow, because you know, that's such a, I've been dealing with that even like in the past 6 months. It's like, oh, I got to branch out, you know, I got to get well-rounded. I got, you know, so to have this, like, this is my thing and I could lose it, and it's like really special, and it was really hard to get. Yeah. And I'm just going to ride this one, you know? Yeah,
there is, dude, I tip my hat to anybody that really ventures out and learns other styles or has a bunch of styles under their belt and is good at a lot of them. I'm like, that's dope.
For sure.
That's awesome. But I honestly really believe in a jack of all trades, master of none. Yeah. You know, because being a master at one of them, or, you know, a little category.
Yeah, I mean, what I see when I listen to you, I feel like as much as anybody I've talked to, and, you know, this is what I do. Like, no, I don't even mean like podcasts. I mean, like, when I hang out with people, I'm just like trying to get in their head. I feel like you have. You may have currently, to me, I love how poppers are such rankers of things. I feel like it's one of the things we all have in common. You may be at the
You're
top
like number
of,
top
yeah,
5
you're like
for sure.
top 3, like most Like I feel like I can, just sitting here with you, I can almost see this like vision you're working toward of like this master of this very specific thing that you can now spend potentially like the rest of your life just like focused on this thing.
I'm definitely super laser focused.
Yeah.
But I know that there's no destination.
Sure.
I'm not going to be satisfied.
Sure.
And I'm cool with that.
That's the dopest thing.
Yeah.
For anybody
that's so hard.
That's
so hard to get to people that are they're looking for that finish line.
Yeah.
Like if you have 1 million followers, if you have $1 million, 1 million friends, like you're still not you're not going to be
exactly. And one of the most common stories
satisfied.
that there is somebody has some huge goal and then they achieve it and then they get insanely depressed because what drives life is the pursuit of things. And to me, one of the dopest things about popping, and this is true of a lot, this could be true about painting or music or whatever, is that it's impossible to it just goes on forever. The deeper you get, the deeper it gets. Like, even in the past year, I feel like I've been introduced on a whole other level to things like polyrhythms, right? Which feels almost like starting over. It's like I don't know how to move at all two things like at different rhythms at the same time, and it's like that same feeling that I had when I didn't even know how to hit or something. And yeah, I agree that like that's one of the main things that I try to convey is that when you give this pursuit like that level of respect and commitment, it gives so much back to you. And if you do just have these like little check boxes, I just want to get this, when you get them, you're not going to be happy. That's one of the things about human nature is that once you have something, you don't want it anymore.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not the best goal setter and goal achiever. Like I'm very focused on my career and focused on a bunch of different aspects of my life, but I mean I lack in that too. Like setting a goal, when I do set a goal and I do achieve it, I always set another one. Like there's always another like, okay, now onto this. It's like I don't kind of like sit and get comfortable. Yeah. There's been moments of comfortability that ended up being negative for me.
Yeah, almost always.
It's like I made a bunch of money with a commercial. Yeah. Metro PCS commercial. Yeah. And I was just getting all these checks like every couple of weeks, just like a big check, another big check, another big check, and I just was like putting that in the bank, and I kind of like lost a lot of my drive. It was like, and that's what I learned through that experience is like that's when you should try to max out on your drive, because you don't focus on that money's just, you're stacking chips and then you're already on to the next thing, and you're just, so what ended up happening was like, oh dude, I just made a bunch of money, I'm gonna chill. And then obviously slowly but surely those checks stopped coming, and then my skills are going down, and I haven't been putting my name out as much. I haven't been posting as much. I haven't been consistent. And then all of a sudden I got 3 or 4 months of no work. And then all that money I made, I lived off that money, and then I'm back worse where from when I first got that gig. So I learned a big lesson from that.
Totally. I'm so glad you're saying that. I'm so glad that message is getting out, especially with like the name that you have, that people hear that, because it's like literally the truth. I think that's one of the biggest lies sold to the world, is that it's so dope, once you get it then you can chill, and it's just not real. It's in fact exactly what you're saying. To me at this point, every good thing that happens now for me is like validation that I'm on the right path, and it's like okay, work harder. Work harder. Yeah.
No, I mean 100%. That's the lesson that I learned, and I'm once I kind of got out of that lazy funk,
for sure,
it's like my consistency got like sharper, and now I'm benefiting from that consistency.
Yeah.
You know, it's like 6 months ago or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I'm getting all these bookings, and it's because I snapped out of
That's
the funk.
what Jeff Bezos says, is that this quarter's earnings were determined 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, so true.
Whatever you're planning now is going to affect 2 or 3 years from now. And that's just like
dope.
how, isn't that dope?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's full of them.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
So,
it's like a breather.
Okay. I'm a really positive thinker.
Yeah.
I mean, I really believe in, you know, you manifesting your reality. A book that my dad put me onto was Psycho-Cybernetics.
Wow, nice.
Maxwell Maltz.
It's
like the OG.
he's like OG.
Of the discovery of the self-image. So, understanding that you have a conscious mind and a subconscious mind, and how to train your subconscious mind to achieving goals and making changes in your life that, you know, you want. Consciously, you can't just say, I want to not do that anymore, or I want to change this in my life. That effort doesn't change those things. You have to change your self-image and your subconscious in order for those things to really, you know, set in and actually change. So Psycho-Cybernetics was a big one for me.
Do you have any recommendations for people on like how the subconscious is changed?
Well, what I learned in that book is how to meditate, how to get in a completely relaxed state, and that the mind can't differentiate from
things that are
real
actually
life
happening
and things that are happening in your mind, your imagination. So there's some really cool studies in that book where they had like 3 groups of college students. One group, they all did free throws, basketball free throws. One group practiced every day for 30 days after that. One group practiced every day in their mind, just visualizing the ball going in every time. They sat there for like 30 minutes a day. And then the other group didn't do any type of practice. The group that practiced every day got 30% better. And the group that practiced in their mind through visualization, they got 29% better. And the group that didn't practice at all stayed the same. So it was like almost the exact same as real life practice if you're doing it in your mind. So I put that. The cool thing that I do is I put that into popping, which is tight, because visualizing, I actually visualize I'm a robot. I actually try to put my brain into a state of I can't move like a human. I can only move like this. Or I have a real wall in front of me to where I can actually begin to feel it and grip onto it.
Wow.
So I don't when I'm miming, I don't bring my arm in and move my body the same amount. I actually feel like I grip the wall.
Wow.
And I use the wall to pull my body there or push my body away. I'm not trying to time it right. I actually feel like I'm grabbing onto stuff. I have a move where I do this Thor hammer type heavy fist. And I actually feel like I cannot lift my fist off the ground.
How about all the pipe stuff?
Pipe stuff, I have a pipe in my hand.
Wow.
So
do you feel weight?
I can feel it 100%.
You know what? I actually
I zip in and out of it,
Sure.
But I actually feel the weight for sure. Weight, textures when I'm really in.
Yeah.
But weight, I can definitely feel it.
I feel like that's another, to go back to the the split you talked about, that could be one of the ways that people split, because I know, having lived with Tyson, who was Chad's student and lived with Chad too, is they both, Tyson especially though, Tyson was a very gifted mime, And he always said that, and you know, he would try to teach me, and I was just like, I don't see the wall.
Ooh.
Like I just, no matter how much I try,
that could be a good indicator.
Yeah, exactly. And then, but when I would do Boogaloo, I would feel super funky, and I would try to show Tyson, and I'd be like, not as much, man.
Not so much. Yeah.
So that's super interesting. It never occurred to me that
slow motion. Slow motion. Any type of like underwater type feeling. I can't move faster than that. You know, and the cool, I mean, it's really, really cool, and it's a lot of fun too, because like I just commit, man. I completely commit to the idea.
Me and Tetris and Chad once took a picture, in robot poses, and I always have thought about that picture because Chad looks like a robot, and me and Tetris just look like two dudes, like in
karate chop position.
Karate chop position. And I've always wondered what that was all about. So that's like, I didn't realize, like, oh, he's there.
Yeah.
Like it's not
he's
not like putting a robot pose. It's not him putting a robot pose. Wow.
That book really taught me about how crazy powerful the mind is, like on tons of levels, but one of them is like,
you can probably get that as a free download too, by the way. If
Psycho-Cybernetics
PDF or whatever,
Maxwell
I'm sure
Maltz.
you can get
it's the actual audio book is on YouTube. I'm pretty sure.
Cool.
One of the studies that they said they've done is people that have gone under hypnosis, the hypnotist tells the person that he's going to touch their arm with a hot piece of metal, and he touches them with his finger. Obviously the person goes like this and like reacts to it, but since the mind believes that it just got burned, it'll send fluid to that part of the body and create a blister. So like for me, I really believe that if you actually can get even close to real belief that, okay, I cannot move like a human, I can only move like a robot. If you can even get close to that, your body will translate it. Not thinking about all the techniques and the tension that's involved and all this stuff. It's like, if you really believe it, your body will automatically throw those techniques into it, you know, to help translate. So I put that type of stuff into a lot of popping techniques and animation.
I want to actually take this in a little different direction,
Sure.
which is, I feel like it's kind of undeniable, because we live in such a numbers-oriented world, that you're the most successful of all the poppers. I mean, Salam in America, let's say. And I have to assume, because I didn't know this about you, what you've just shared, that this is got to be a huge part of it, of visualizing and seeing success in some, whatever that, I'm not saying that seeing numbers necessarily, but, and what I'd like to talk about with that is that I feel that behind what feels to me like a facade of confidence that a lot of dancers have, there's actually, my spidey sense tells me, myself included, that like there's a lot of people with a lot of guilt and a lot of shame and a lot of fear of success and self-sabotage and like a lot of different ways, whether that's like not following up in a professional manner or however they manifest it. And I have to think that you went through some amount, because it's like you're, you know, everybody can look at you like, oh my God, you're so lucky. But at the same time, you've also put a bullseye on yourself to be like, why he doesn't deserve to have those. So like the thick skin kind of stuff becomes way more real as you begin to stand out from the pack more. And I just wonder, like, how, like, if that resonates with you, and how you dealt with that, like maybe mental limitations you had to work through, how you, or maybe you didn't. Maybe,
no, I want to
sure.
say, when people kind of ask me like, how did you learn how to do this, or how did you get to where you are? I honestly didn't feel like I had a choice. It was like I'm doing this. Like I could have gone and wrestled for college and all this stuff, and I chose not to go to college because I wanted to pursue. At that time, I just wanted to battle. Like I didn't care. Like, yo, I'm battling. I'm gonna go to all these different cities and countries, and I'm gonna battle until I can't battle. And then I really realized that if I'm gonna not go to school and have some career doing something that's gonna make me money, then I'm gonna definitely have to, use my craft to bring in funds. And my dad gave me the idea for Learn to Bust, and that went live. I graduated in 2003, so for about 4 years, I was just in battle mode. I was traveling, I was doing all kinds of stuff, just searching. We'd hear about a jam, we'd get a flyer from somewhere, and we're like, we're going to Atlanta. We drove to Atlanta from New Mexico. Like, it's like we did it. Then it was like, okay, I'm not going to go to college. I got to, do something. So my dad saw a website where this guy would teach people how to play the guitar. And you could pay 99 cents for a song. And he would teach you how to play that song for 99 cents. And he's like, you should do this with dance. And at that time, I was actually pretty self-conscious about teaching because of how the popping world is. Like I didn't feel like I was ready to be teaching people that already knew much about the dance, So I started with like really small subjects, like dime stops and, robot, a couple of things about robot, things that I knew that I was more advanced at than other stuff. And then I got to a place in my life where I stopped creating for other creatives. I stopped trying to please other poppers. It's like, because at the end of the day, if J-Rock says I'm dope, like that, the only thing that helps me with is my ego. The only thing that if it's just satisfaction. Like, oh yeah, he's a popper with a big opinion about what the dance is and how it should look and who's dope and who's not. And for somebody like him to give you props, it was like that was a motivation for me for a while, to get props from people like that in the scene. Was like, I want to be accepted in this scene, and I want to get props from these people that are really tough to get props from. And I did a 180 from that. It's like, I want to, dance and create for people that really enjoy what I'm doing, So like, I stopped doing videos for poppers,
How did you this is amazing to me. This is like gold right now for me. And because it's so rare in our scene. Like I think that there's at least a small chance that like if the dance gets as big as I think it's going to get, we're gonna look back like we went through a war, because I feel like this is one of the most inwardly focused, like crabs in a barrel kind of scenes maybe in the whole world, of all scenes, of people just, no, that's not it, no, that's, and it's like, if you step back from the barrel, all of the people are so talented.
Yeah.
It's off the charts, but they all spend their time, myself included, we all spend our time, many of us spend our time trying to get props from each other.
Yeah.
Right? So like I sort of feel like you're you're outside the barrel. Like, how'd you get out of the barrel? Like,
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
was it necessity?
Well,
like I got
no, it was I mean, growing the thick skin and being in the limelight and having a lot of those negative, I'm not, dude, I like, it's probably 1 out of 10 is a negative comment.
Sure.
So like I have all these 9 awesome comments like, you changed my life. I started dancing because I saw your video, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool.
Right.
Which is messed up.
Nice.
You know, so I really
that
started
one.
trying to focus more on those messages and reply to those messages than, this guy's whack, you know? And then I'm like, let's see this guy's channel. Let's see this guy's Facebook. Let's see this guy's video. Like, garbage, bro. And then I'm go back to like, he's trash, you know? But then that still is touching you, you know? It's like, it's still that little stinger.
Yeah.
And so I started getting away from those trying to get away from those stingers.
Yeah.
And one of my therapeutic ways of doing it was I used to write out this full reply, you know, like bam, bam, bam. And I would just say all the stuff that I was feeling.
Yeah.
And that wasn't like a plan. Sure. It was just, I just started writing out all these, you know, replies to these really negative comments and then deleting it.
It's like punching a pillow.
Yeah.
Or something. Yeah.
And then I just deleted it. And my wife, she really helped me to not focus on any of the negative stuff. She helped me really.
Like how?
Like, babe, just don't. Like, it's not worth it. Like, these could be, you know, 12-year-old little kids that don't know anything, and they're just trolling. You know, it's like,
right.
You know, it's not even worth your energy.
Right.
You know, there's no benefit from proving that kid wrong or finally getting him to be like, you know what, you're right, you're dope.
Yeah. I changed my mind.
There's no
Jellyfish
moment.
237.
Yeah, there's no moment.
I changed my mind. And what did you, as you were able to turn like that, what were the results of it? Like, as you shifted from maybe a focus from getting props from people in the popping scene to like making stuff for the people that were down with you already, how did that influence your movement? Dude, how did that influence your content?
I mean, I had a lot of fun dancing again. You know, it's like the only reason most of us got into any of this is because it was fun. It's like I saw people doing it, and I was like, I have to learn how to do that. And then once I started learning, I got addicted to learning. I got addicted to those positive, you know, reinforcements, and it was fun. And me and my friends and the unity and all this stuff. And then it's like, then it got kind of negative, you know. It's like, and that was a story that I have about you.
Yeah, sure.
When I first came to LA, I met Todd, I met you. You came over to Todd's house, and dude, you were like in a funk. You were just like, oh man, I'm so tired of the scene, and it's so negative, and I'm thinking about just hanging up. You know, I'm done. I'm thinking about just quitting. And me coming from Farmington, and like we don't have an OG, you know, within I don't know however many miles.
Sure. Yeah, many.
And you guys here in LA had full access to whatever you wanted to learn, animation, you know, anything.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
And I told you, I don't know if you remember, but
no,
I definitely vividly remember. I'm like, dude, you guys are so spoiled, bro. Spoiled, rotten, like crybabies. I wasn't that harsh, but that's what I was thinking in my mind. I was just like, how could you even like, I want to get out of it. I'm like, dude, you have access to Bop and Andre. You have access.
It's a terrible impression.
Like, dude. Yeah. But you were fed up with the negativity in the scene.
Sure,
I completely get it. You know, but I was coming from the outside, just like so hungry for info, seeing somebody that was just full of information, that was tired of the negativity in the scene, you know, and just all the bickering, and this is what it's called, and this is where it, you know, got made, and
this is the correct music.
This is the correct this. This is the correct that. This is the, you know, it was like, dude, I honestly believe that we are, it's a real umbrella that we're under. That's what I really believe about the styles. Like, this is all popping for me. It's like, there's an animated side of it. There's a funkier side of it. There's, you know, all in between that. And what I saw in Breakin', that what Shrimp was doing, what Taco was doing, what Pete was doing, it's like all of that is still called popping, you know? And they were waving and gliding and animating and boogieing, and it was just a complete like smoothie of all of that stuff, you know? So for me, that's the category that I'm in, you know? And it's like, I never veered from that, except for that, you know, the time where I really, really felt like I had to do this one style to be able to fit in. And then I just said, you know what? I'm going to do what I'm good at. And luckily, in my favor, the world changed, you know? The whole thing switched around to like, this is what's dope. And I was already on that path. I was already doing it.
Yeah, you and Chad.
Me, Chad,
Yeah, who else?
Nonstop.
Okay.
Was all into the illusion stuff.
Yeah, okay.
You know, it's like there's a lot. There's Chibi was in, like, those guys. Those
Dragon
guys came
House.
from that Atlanta.
Yeah.
You know, and
Mike
Watson, and I know that
influence.
Flat Top spent some time in Atlanta,
Okay.
and that kind of like sparked a lot of the animation. Tick and Tony. You know what I mean? Like,
Super
dude, all these guys were
underrated.
animating, bro.
Yeah.
And just kind of out of nowhere for us, it's
Yeah.
like, whoa, dude.
Yeah.
You know, all these dudes are animating.
Yeah.
And yeah, the world kind of like, that became the popular stuff. That you had to be able to do that to get, you know, to get props. You had to be able to look fake. You had to do a cool move. You had to, like, you know, what else? Yeah, you can pop on beat, but like,
had to have waves
then
that
what?
actually were like trippy.
Yeah, and then a lot of people that kind of like come out to LA now.
Yeah.
They're like, dude, everybody waves, everybody can animate,
Tut.
everybody can tut, you know, everybody has a hard pop, you know, it's like, and it's cool to hear that from, you know, guys that come from Canada or guys that come from like different parts of the, you know, of the world that are like, that's the thing that they notice about LA is like, oh man, everybody can wave, everybody's waving, you know, everybody's popping hard.
Yeah.
So for me, that's where I feel that I got kind of lucky that I had already chosen that path, and then the world kind of changed to that's where the focus was.
You know, are you into Gary Vaynerchuk at all?
That doesn't ring a bell.
All right. He talks about this a lot. He's kind of, let's say, a marketing business guy, but he talks a lot about that, like, your only hope is to do the thing that you love the most and become so good at it that maybe the world will turn toward you, and then all of a sudden people start. You become a hot commodity.
Yeah, you're an overnight success.
Yeah, right, right.
Yeah. So and the whole the thing that it's tough today for me is music. Like the music today for me, it's like I like the sound of like the trap mumble rap type stuff.
Sure.
But
I don't.
But I'm a hip hop head.
Yeah.
You know, like I grew up I'm a hip hop head. Like I was into graffiti, I was into like we had a full, you know, 4-element crew growing up. You know what I mean? Like I was 100% a hip hop head. Like I was completely into it. And being a real lyricist is like that I really appreciate that art form, and that's not one of them. But the beats, it's danceable music.
Sure.
You know, for popping. And like other than that, I can't even say like what else I would want to dance to that's coming out today. You know, it's like, except for, you know, some of the indie artists that are coming from our community.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like Tin Man and people making their own own beats. You know, Dogmaster, he's one of my favorites. You know, it's like, but like actually, I guess pushing the envelope and having us expand as dancers, like there's not a lot of music that's coming out today that makes me want to like do different stuff.
That's interesting.
You know?
I mean,
not that I'm getting in touch with, you know what I mean? Not that I'm finding. I find some really cool stuff on SoundCloud that I don't really know what genre to put them into.
Yeah.
You know, just because the technology is so advanced now that you can just like make so much dope stuff on your computer.
Yeah, so much.
And I'll find cool stuff every once in a while that are more kind of like remixy, glitch hop type sounding stuff.
I think I personally, this is something that I've talked a lot about with Jordan, and this is Jordan's concept that I'm sharing about the idea that what's coming is singularity style for dance, for music, where it's just a blending of everything. And because of the access, because these kids are growing up
Yeah.
with access to every genre of music, to every style of dance.
Yeah.
And they're just going to, just like the mumble rappers, like, came out trying, like, just wanting to do their own thing. Like,
Yeah.
every generation wants to do its
Mhm.
own thing. That likely what's going to happen is that people are just going to start mixing things that you thought couldn't be mixed before. And my feeling, like, as I've thought about that, it's actually led me in the direction of just like, okay, you know what? I actually know what I like, and I'm just going to, like, be the guy that likes that. And if the world passes me by for a while, all right, that's cool. I'm not trying to not get passed by. Because I think that so often, like what happened to you already once before, things just go in cycles.
Yeah. No, I
you know?
I see people like Robert Shields, and they were playing with like this type of body movement and character, and it's like they had their own TV show. You know, it's like, and there was movies, and it's done a bunch of revolutions, and there's gonna be another, and the next one could probably be bigger than it's ever been. We don't know, because
I'm almost
because of the
100%
access,
convinced
because how many people are going to be able to access,
and because dance. Marshall McLuhan has this concept that the medium is the message, and it's like, I feel like the phone and dance go together in a way that motion pictures and the phone don't go together, and that as one industry becomes less popular, it's like, I've thought about this a lot, the fact, I don't know if you and I have ever talked about this, but that it's so random that dancers are, like, the most famous dancers are like C, D, Z list celebrities, and compared to writers or actors,
anything
or
else,
any musicians, and that doesn't necessarily. Oh, I know what it was. This is a cool story, actually. I'm super into battle rap, right? And
me too. I love them, dude.
Yeah.
I've been up. Those videos have had. I've seen many sunrises because of those battles.
So I went to, I've been to many events, but I went to one last summer where Disaster battled this Russian dude named Oxymoron. And this is like this is the most viewed battle now of all time in America. It got like 6 or 10 million views in the first week because battle rap is enormous in Russia. A big battle in Russia will get 60 to 90 million views.
Wow.
And so I've gone to a lot of these events. I've seen all the big names in battle rap, and this dude.
And those are in Russian? Like battle rap in Russian? Oh, wow. Yeah. That's a trip.
So this dude.
Oh, of course they are.
This dude comes from Russia, and so I get this is at Los Globos, and like 2/3 of the audience is Russian. Like, you're out in the smoking area, and it's all like Russian around you, and the battle gets ready, and when the dude comes out, people are like crying. People are screaming. It's a reaction like I've never seen at all, like not even close. So I take all this in, I go home, and I start realizing, like, wow, it's actually kind of random what art form gets you status, and it can be different in different countries or different time periods.
Yeah.
And like, I think last summer also was like the start of all the Hollywood scandal stuff, and people talking about, oh, is this the end of Hollywood? And I was like, whoa, there's a possibility that we're gonna wake up in 10 years or 2 years or whatever, and dancers are like famous. Like famous, Brad Pitt famous. And I thought about it more, and I'm like, well, there's no there's no reason that it wouldn't be like there.
Mhm.
You know, the talent is not
No.
less.
Yeah.
You know, and especially with how things are going, because it feels like to reference the earlier part of the conversation where we were talking about when things start going well for you, it's like work harder, not work.
Yeah.
So I feel like as somebody who's watching so closely now, doing these commentaries, I feel like I'm watching the skill level. Just like I start seeing stuff, I'm like, that's the craziest thing I've ever seen. Like in all the years I've been dancing, that's the best round I've ever seen. And then 3 months later, there's a better
one
round.
that tops it, yeah.
And so for all of us that are watching, it's like, go hard or go home.
Yeah.
Like you better keep putting. It's
Mhm.
there's no feeling. I don't think anybody in the world has the feeling. Even Slim and Green Tech, let's say, are on top right now, Ho-On or something, that, oh yeah, my place at the top is cemented. It's like, no, everyone in the world is coming for you. So I feel like the level is just going to get so crazy that it's going to become undeniable, and something is going to happen that, you know.
Yeah. No, that's a really, good point. I mean, it's a dope
Vision.
concept. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing that I believe for that to actually happen, not just the skill level, because people are going to continuously be topping what the top is. But one thing that sparks that big time stardom is going to be corporate interest. Like once some serious, people get behind dancers as a community, like that's when we'll be household names. You know what I mean? Like, because without TV, movie, all that stuff, being on the front of magazines, like you have to be, inserted into that, level.
My hope and intention,
unless we can just blast through the internet to everybody,
by surfing and skating, is that it's us. Is that we are the ones. I mean, this is what's on my mind. I don't know if you saw it, but I made a video last week called "How to Get Rich."
No, I saw the thumbnail today, recently.
And one of the things I talk about in that video is like the only way to really, really get rich is to start a business. And I really hope and intend, and I hope to be an inspiration in this regard in our community, that we're the ones that start the businesses, that we capture the value that we create in our community, so that we can feed back into the community. And I feel like we're in a time where we don't have to, like, I absolutely think there's a path where it's like Coca-Cola and McDonald's come in and they're like a Red Bull or something, and they're the ones that make it. But I think that there's another path. From everything I know about the big skate brands and surf brands, they're all surfers and skaters that started those, and they're the people, like, I'm definitely one of those people that, and I think you're one of those people that have kind of a business orientation, that kind of like business. And it was the people like that started Quicksilver and, Billabong and Etnies and all these kind of brands, Vans, and they reaped the rewards of what they did. And at the same time, by creating something that actually produced income, they could then do stuff like sponsor people, so that the people that were like, I'm at an age where I'm never going to be able to have the hunger for battling, let's say, of a 18 or a 19-year-old, right? So, but if I can create something where I'm able to do something like sponsor the talented people, where they're not also trying to work another job, and they're just like focus, or you get cut from the team. Like, this is dependent on how dope you are. This isn't like charity, that all of these things, all of us kind of in our own ways. Even like, I'm super impressed by what Slim's doing with this event coming up. It's like, and it feels like I've been
waiting for Slim's parking lot, like, classes just to go viral by themselves. Like on the outside looking in, like this guy teaching class in a parking lot, and look at all like 30 people doing a dope routine. Like I kind of like saw it happen before it happened, but yeah, I'm still waiting for, some explosion of his. Yeah, just like bam.
Yeah.
This guy.
Yeah.
But dude, Slim's doing really. The cool thing that we kind of talked about the other night was I really see a change in our community, kind of like a want for more unity, more like, more sessions and more jam sessions and more sharing, rather than, just everybody being in their own little, corner.
Yeah, man, I had a big one since we had that conversation. I had a real bonding experience with Frantic, which for me was really that whole collective, of which to me he's like the leading representative. Yeah. That was the only group left in LA that I felt like I wasn't on super good terms with. So for me, I completely agree with you that, and I think we discussed it before, like the metaphor of like we all went through a war. Like the thing that like me wanting to leave the scene and everything 10 years ago is like we saw where this leads, and it just leads it basically to like stupidity. It's just we're all broke and fighting amongst
arguing
each other.
about terminology and for me it's just been really funny because I'm not style biased in any way. I like them all like pretty much equally, but I found out what I was really good at were these ones. You know what I mean? Like that's what my body really absorbed. And it's like the other thing is I was born in 84. You know what I mean? So it's like I wasn't there, dude. All I can say is this is what this guy told me, and he was there. And then a guy in that same circle told me this, and it was something different. So it's like I never get into those arguments, and I've really wanted to bring this up since we've been talking. Steen, Mr. Steen from Denmark, like changed me with one sentence. He was like, I was talking about real popping. Cause dude, I mean, we're all from this community. I'm like, but that ain't real popping. And I honestly was talking about some of the guys in Dragon House. Yeah. I'm like, but they're not like real poppers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Steen was like, what's real popping? It's like, what's real popping? And I'm like, like popping, popping. Like, yeah. And he's like, okay. He's like, what's real robot? And I was like, robot? And he's like, well, in Europe, we've been doing statue longer than you guys have been doing robot. But the techniques are basically the same. A stone statue coming to life has the same amount of tension, has the same kind of feeling. Maybe it has a little bit more like, like breaks.
Yeah. Okay.
But eventually you get to the same understanding of tension, and showing that illusion. He's like, so are you correct by calling it robot? And I'm like, yeah, because that's the thought that's what I'm using to get to that final product, to get to that illusion. And he's like, well, I'm using statue. So which one of us is correct if we're both getting to the same place from different experiences in our, from our different countries, different nations, blah, 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 all this stuff, different time periods. And he's like, who's correct? Who's using the right terminology? And I was like, we both are. And he's like, bingo. He's like, the moment that you take ownership away from the youth is when they exclude you as the old guy. Like the moment you say, oh, it's not called that, it's called this, it's not called that. Like I'll never call it what I've never called it. You know what I mean? I'm never going to say, this is this dance, this is that dance. Like I'm always going to call it popping. I'm always going to.
Right. We would never call tutting connects or something.
No. It's like, but for those guys, that's the only history they know. And their OGs maybe aren't our OGs,
Sure.
but like that's their, So for me, I know that there's a beginning of stuff, but I wasn't there, so I can't say guaranteed this is what it's called. This is how it got. It's like I
I
can't.
actually,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Like, so he really, really
yeah,
changed me from going,
I love it.
it's not called that, it's called this. This is real popping. That's not real popping. This is that. This is that. It's like, this is what I've learned. This is what I call this. This is what was taught to me, and that's how I'll word my stuff. But I never say that this is the correct, way, because it's true. Like we all learned differently. We all have a different thought process in the back of our minds, and are are finally getting to the final product where some of it looks similar, but somebody on the outside looking in could see somebody doing the statue and somebody roboting. I'm thinking about machinery, and this guy's thinking about a rock statue coming to life, but from the outside looking in, they're both doing the exact same thing, but the thought process behind is different, the terminology is different, but who's correct, So Steen kind of put me
I love it.
in my place there. I was like, all right.
Yeah, and I really, I feel like the time is drawing very near that the whole Electric Boogaloo camp, of which I consider myself a part, regardless of whether anyone else does, it sort of like owes the world an apology, because while I absolutely believe that in many ways, in a lot of ways, the Electric Boogaloos as a group kind of saved popping from just falling into some mine shaft of like a b-boy sideshow, they simultaneously really instilled this idea that this is the right way, that's the wrong way. And as time has gone on, it's like it really hit me what you said about like people like Shrimp and Taco. We'll just stick with Shrimp. Like that's popping, right?
That's still popping.
And,
it's like
and they're dancing to like electro.
Yeah.
And to try to write that out of history, that actual popping is a funky dance done to funk music, it's not the truth. And the holding on to that idea is there's a bunch of problems with it. It doesn't push the EB camp as hard as the EB camp should be pushed, because we should be competing for the audience with Dragon House, for instance. And I think I'm just going to put it out there. In my opinion, Dragon House would eat the EB camp in an audience situation of like what's doper. And I don't think that that's just because it's 2018 and the Boogaloo style is an old dance.
Yeah.
It's like, nah, bro, if this dance done at like
visually
work, art at a high level is art at a high level.
True.
Fundamentally. And I feel like it took a rare person like you with a really thick skin to push through all of that and be like, I'm going to do what I'm going to do, and this is my lane, and I can't control what anybody says about my lane. But a lot of people that are a little bit less strong, they just get pushed over by it, and they end up not reaching their potential.
And one thing that I say in every class I teach, I usually finish with how I got good.
Closer.
How I got good, how I train, and then the other side is probably 50% of the people in here are animators, and the other 50 are book based or funkier dancers. It's like if you've been trying like for years to learn and your body doesn't absorb it, like just venture out and see, because you could be just swimming upstream, and if you're swimming upstream, I honestly believe you'll never master it. You know, it's like, because there's this gray area where there's a guy that's talented and working hard, and somebody that's just working hard. It's like the talented guy that's working hard is always gonna pass.
It's gonna lap.
Yeah, you know, and you're gonna
and this
look pretty good.
And
You'll
I think
look
this
pretty
is
good.
Important because like the whole, I'm sure you're familiar with the modern concept of like participation trophy culture.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like these are harsh truths that like sometimes you got to hear it.
Yeah. I mean, it's the real deal. There's, and I'm focused on being elite. You know, like being a master of movement, of the movement that I'm doing.
Yeah.
And I trip out on myself, and I sit here and I figure stuff out. And that's one thing I really believe about any type of art form with your body is you end up just learning your body. You know, there's a couple of like gems that I give away in my classes, and one of them is when people ask me, how do you vibrate? How do you vibrate? And I'm like, okay, well, this is an idea how to vibrate. Like, you know, shake your hand side to side, and then, you know, start to bend your wrist while you're shaking. Okay, you'll start to find this little, you know, thing. And I said, everybody here is capable of vibrating. And I said, has everybody done a plank? You know, where you're doing a core exercise, and a minute in, your whole body starts going, you know, you start shaking. And I said, so obviously every single person in here is capable of vibrating, but it's you got to find the code to your body to access it, you know, like this. That's the hard part, is accessing it. It's not if you're capable of it or not, or if you're strong enough, or if you're a girl, if you're a boy, or if you're big or skinny or what. It's like everybody's capable of doing it, but it's finding the cheat code to get there. And to be honest, like most of the time after I say that and I talk about a plank, like always there's like 5 or 6 people in the class that all of a sudden just go, brrr. It's like, that's it. You know, they thought that you had to do this, but now I started trying to find that vibration, and I found it. You know, it's like once you start touching on it, and then I'm like, no, just keep going. Just stay there, you know? So it's like,
that's a good one, man.
Yeah, it's a really good one. That's a good one. I like to
take your workshop.
Yeah. I pride myself with being able to really explain the stuff. And that's how I learned, was having a conversation with somebody. Poppin Andre is like the king of this for me. Was he will give me just one little piece of info, and I would go home and I would work on it, and the next time that he would see me, he'd go, oh, you worked on that, and then he'll give me another one. Boom. And they were just conversations. He didn't show me much. It was just like, bam, here, have this, go work on that. And I'd see him in like whatever, a year, and he'd be like, oh yeah, you worked on it, and he'll give me another one. And that was motivation for him to keep giving me gems, you know. And I know that Tabo is another one for, you know, that kind of like shares with,
that's what I was thinking,
with the Poppin community. It's like he always sees you and he's like, you should try this, and he'll give you something. You go home, and if you work on it, he'll see you again and be like, bam, here's another one, here's another one, you know. And we didn't, in my opinion, our generation didn't really learn with somebody going, this is how you do it. It's like I never took class. I only had conversations, and then I went home and I tried to figure it out by myself, you know. So I never had somebody explaining me how to do a wave, you know. I never had this class, 1, 2, 3, 4. I never had that, you know. So it's a different generation, you know what I mean? A lot of people are getting so much access to the info.
I think that one of the things about our generation is that because it was kind of a hidden thing and no one cared about it and there was no lane, all of us are like obsessed with it because you had to be. And I'm sure that in the generation that's coming up now, there's like just as many people that are obsessed with it, maybe more, but there's also like hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands that are just like cool. They're like kind of into it.
Yeah.
But none of us are kind of into it.
No, and that's another thing, is that my motivation was never fame, money.
Yeah, none of us.
Because there wasn't.
There was actually, that's
the most
really
famous was Wiggles.
Yeah.
It's like, Wiggles. It's like he was. You would describe him as for people that didn't know anything about dancing. You describe him as the guy that did his moonwalk on his knees in the Usher video. Like, they saw that music video. That's a really standout moment of that music video, and a very iconic move. Yeah. And it's like, that's how you would describe Wiggles to people that didn't know anything about dance, and they would connect it. Yeah. And there's not a lot of other dancers that I was able to connect what we did with people from the outside.
Sure.
It's like,
any kind
except
of
for Breakin', the movie Breakin'.
Right.
Seen the movie Breakin'? Oh yeah, but like, you guys still do that? You know what I mean? Like, that's still going on.
Right.
Have you seen the guy? He wiggles. Does the moonwalk on his knees. Like, that was a way to bridge that gap, but there was no other famous dancer. And then Salah popped up on the internet, and everybody knew who Salah was, but not normal people, not just household name type. So yeah, fame was never the motivation. It was more about, my motivation was like, I just want to smoke fools. I started in the battle world, and all I cared about was like, I want to just demolish anybody that steps in front of me. And so my work ethic, and then the other side was just, I had so much fun with my friends, like coming up and learning stuff, and we were kids, like having fun. It's like, it was dope. And then wanting to rep in the circle, and then if you came home with the win, it was like huge.
If there's anything that you take from this conversation, I hope that it's you really spend some time thinking about how core this I want to smoke some fools is to you as a person, and that like the possibility that has been sort of like suppressed because it's politically incorrect in the current scene, and that you have a real opportunity in the battle world. I know that's not like your number one focus, but you're still in it. That because if I had, I'm going to make it way more personal. If I had any critique of your dancing at freestyle session, for instance, it was a lack of feeling. And not feeling in the groove sense, but of just any sense.
Got it.
And I feel like it's super interesting because it would be better if the feeling that was inside of you was like Slim, because everybody loves that. Look, he's just having such a good time. He's such a good person. Yeah. He's just expressing the joy. And yours is like
very neutral. I was very
you were very neutral. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so
looks cool.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
Looks cool.
Exactly.
Yeah, I got it.
And I have a very strong feeling that there is a killer inside of you that if and when you release it,
so I know that there's some friends of mine watching that are like, maybe they're not watching, but maybe they will be watching.
Yeah, sure.
And that person comes out in a cypher battle. Okay. I pride myself because for me that's beef. Yeah. If somebody puts a fake gun to my head and pulls the trigger and calls me out, like, dude, my guts boil. Yeah. And then I'm going. Like, and I'm going to go 8 rounds, 10 rounds. Yeah. Like, I'm not going to let you quit after 2 rounds. I'm going to talk trash. And most people make the mistake of coming out and going, like, I'm a robot guy. Yeah. And a lot of times nowadays that you have to have some sort of animation, like in your dance. A lot of times they'll end up roboting in that same round. You know what I mean? Like, so I turn into a straight up street battler.
Okay, so how about this then? This is a
but
good,
for competition purposes, I get you. I understand.
I get it. No, I hear what you're saying. So here's my follow-up question then. Because I hate I'm a extremely competitive person as well. Mm-hmm. And for whatever reason, there's a lot of reasons, but the current era of the way these contests work, it's like it would be like supporting something I don't believe in. I don't like any of them. I like zero
Okay.
of them. I don't like Juice to Boo. I don't like Freestyle
Sure.
Session. The only one that I like is I Love This Dance, right?
Yeah.
And of course that's not any kind of beef thing. So my question is there, can you imagine an event, nothing like what you're imagining may exist in the world right now, where it's a formal competition of some kind where that part of you would get brought, like here I wanted at the event that I did with Function and Akiko and Stephanie, I wanted it to be circle. I wanted it to be, I didn't know exactly what, but something where, oh, I know what it was. When I was at the night that the thing happened with Devious, I was at JJ's house, and it was his birthday, and his idea was somebody starts and they have to call somebody out. And then the whole circle decides who wins, and then that whoever wins goes, and they have to call another person out. And it was one of the dopest things I've ever been a part of. I mean, and Prince and Slim and Kid Boogie and JJ. I mean, there was Function. There were so many high level battles that went on that I was like, this is how contests should be. You should have a so. Does anything come to mind? Because I personally think that no, it's cool. That that character in you is the one that could win a really, really big international contest, and so
That guy, I mean, that dancer has come out of me.
I know, but I'm saying I get what you're saying about Freestyle Session. Because the thing is,
I definitely wasn't in that mode.
No, I know, and
session.
I'm saying that it's like I get that you wouldn't be, and if you tried to put it on, it'd be corny,
forced.
It wouldn't even come out right. But is there any? Because the reason I'm asking this, maybe this will help, is because I feel like in order for the dance to get bigger, I don't think it's going to happen with these contests. I don't think they're that compelling. Like, here's a good example. Actually, I have such a good example. Battle rap didn't blow up till they stopped doing freestyle battles on beats. Once they completely switched the format
to written,
acapella, written, it's me and you. It's fucking just going down. I'm going in on you.
I'm gonna research
your whole life.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, battle rap gets like 100 times bigger.
Yeah.
So I feel like I'm partially asking this question because I am actively looking for the magical key that will do the same thing, that will shine because here's the thing, in much the same way you're saying that Slim's class, like it's such a dope concept, like it's quite likely it'll go viral at some point. I feel like that dude, like I see it, like you see a wall, I see you, I see this dude just coming at someone and just humiliating them, and how that will do so much for the dance.
Sure.
When
I think that to get that out of people, for sure, out of me, is either, I mean, we're talking about competition. So for a competition, I think it's the stakes. Like, if you are a seated, like, competitor, you are in the top, you have your own chair, you know what I mean, or you have a badge, or you're a part of a team, and if you lose, you can be eliminated from that team, you know what I mean, like the stakes, that can bring some serious competition out of people, not just like prize money,
That's
I'm a world
one.
champion, but like that was one reason why my event was so cool to me and cool to the competitors, was that there was this belt, the championship belt. Nobody cared about the prize money. Everybody just wanted the bragging rights and take that belt home. They would leave I would invite them back to the next event, and they would get through prelims. They would already be in the event. We'd do top 15, and then the champion is in the battle, and they would be there. And if they lost, they'd give the belt to the guy that beat them. I mean, like, the stakes were really high, and it brought out a lot of really good competition out of the competitors. So,
okay,
I mean,
that's
not
a good
just
one.
prize money,
Yeah, I like it.
but some stakes, some
And
pride.
yeah,
You're gonna lose.
reputation,
You're gonna
pride,
lose your
yeah,
rep.
Yeah,
You know, so
that's good.
that could be
That's a
an
super
avenue.
good answer.
You know, but yeah, I can't think of any.
Okay, one
any
other
others.
just thought is what about the idea of because maybe you've been involved in this, where much like battle rap, modern battle rap, a battle where you know who you're battling
Mm-hmm.
and it's like known in advance. Yeah.
So
Is
so
that
there used to be a battle in Florida called Who Can Roast the Most.
yeah, yeah.
And that was a 10-round setup battle between two people that like the organization like picked, you know, I think
B-boys or poppers
B-boys,
too?
and the only poppers that I ever saw in that was Bionic versus his name starts with a D. He's from Florida.
Okay.
Denny or
Yeah, I feel
something
yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
Sure.
And they had 10 rounds. And it was really cool concept because before the battle, they would have this little interview of each guy talking trash about the other dude and kind of like build up the, you know, kind of
Yeah.
McGregor Mayweather
Yeah,
type
sure.
build up, like just all this trash talk, and then all of a sudden it's like, all right, it's going down 10 rounds, can't say nothing else, like bam, it's go time. You know, all talk to the side, you know, who's got 10 rounds in them. And that was why it was so dope to us, like, you know, the spectator was like, dude, these guys, and the B-boys would talk about how much they trained for this battle because 10 rounds is, you know, the real deal. But for me, I do that in a cipher. Like,
Okay.
I do that in a cipher battle. I got called out by a guy in Australia recently. I was judging the battle. He lost. We had a cipher moment afterwards, and he said, "Yo, let's go some rounds." We went, you know, six, 7 rounds, and I came up with the learning from from OGs that whoever quits first loses. I mean, I don't believe that
Sure.
per se, but
Sure.
there's no battle that I'll quit. You know, like if it's a cipher battle, I'll keep going and I'll keep answering until this person quits. It's just something that I just grew up with and I have instilled in me, you know. So I've gone, you know, 12, 15 rounds with people, you know, and I don't mind answering. I'm tired. Of course I'm
Sure,
tired,
sure.
you know, but that's I think that's something from my generation, is our generation as
Yeah.
well, is like we're down to battle in the circle.
Yeah.
You know, it's like it's not about the competition. It's not about the contest. Like, we don't go to jams and like sleep until it's our time to battle. It's like there's ciphers, there's people getting called out.
Yeah.
And I think that's one thing that I don't see that much in other countries. I see that more here.
Sure,
Like,
but I think it has a lot to do with from everything since doing these commentaries. So many people have told me, like, written messages about, like, in Japan, Korea, maybe China. I don't know enough about China. That it's almost like a racket. It's like some organizer has a money making scheme, and the way you make the money is you just get people to enter. It's like, you know, $50-$60 a person to enter, and the goal isn't there. So I feel like one of the things, I'm always of the opinion that if things aren't going well, it's our fault. It's my fault.
Yeah.
It's not that there's something wrong with them. It's
Mhm.
that they were not shown, because the difference between our generation and the young generation now is like they look at us age-wise the way we look at the OGs, and so we have such a direct it was directly taught to us that this is how it goes
And
down, and
yeah,
we
and
could
we're
feel
not,
it
we're not
from
directly
them.
teaching the new generation.
Yeah, because we're not.
Yeah, I got you.
We didn't really. Most of us didn't really get it in that way, because when our OGs were doing it, as far as I know, obviously I wasn't there either, but it was going down in the streets. It was like a very popular thing in the whole culture.
Yeah.
And so we barely had anything like that, and then the current generation, they don't have anything like that. So this is why I feel like it's, maybe people are discussing it and I'm just not aware of it, but I feel like it's not being discussed enough, the fact that the way events are run right now, the whole format of them is just one way. It's not it's not the only way that this can happen. And we could come up, just like when I saw I Love This Dance, it kind of changed a lot of things for me personally, of like, oh, whoa.
I think the Jack of all trades is really cool too. You know, the wheel.
Yep.
You know, that really, you know, kind of like pushes people to stick in one thing.
Yep.
Which I really appreciate, and you know, and they have very specific like categories.
Yeah,
you know
I know.
What I mean?
Yeah,
it's cool.
Yeah,
it's a cool. That's a cool concept as well. But that's more showcase. Look what I can do, rather than like battle him.
Yeah.
You know. So
that's a good name for an event.
Battle him.
Or you wanna? I kind of feel like going to the chat.
Yeah. Let's answer some questions.
Answer some questions.
Sorry for neglecting you guys from attention. What's up?
Is it Bo? Oh shit, John.
Oh,
Doe.
John Doe. What's up, dude? He
He
said I would have to hold him in my arms in our hotel room and sing songs to him. It's so true. Dang, Bo. Love you, man.
Cool Hand Luke in the building. Listen, I once caught Sweet Feet hitting the Cobra. What made Poppin John get into dubstep style music?
So
that's a good question.
Yeah,
actually.
dubstep was just so relevant to the movement. It's machinery sounding. I mean, it's electro. It's like the closest thing to electro to me. So like it had all of those elements in it, and it just matched so well. And then I started working with record labels that they gave me all of their music, and I was able to monetize it on YouTube. So that really kind of like, it was either, okay, get this video blocked to where nobody can see it, or dance to this song that is danceable and it looks great with animation, and make money and be able to make money off of it. It's like,
how did that happen? Those with the record labels.
A couple, actually, the first time I think a record label reached out to me, you know, and they said, hey, you know, we have a huge, you know, playlist of dubstep and electronic music, and you know, if you find something, it's like, we'll whitelist your channel. And
see, this is what I feel. I feel like there's the opportunities are so huge, because you just like blew my mind. There's absolutely a future, may not happen, but there is a future where dancers break records. Like, dancers cause records to get big.
100%.
And
we're already doing it. I mean, it's already it's happening, and that's why these guys are reaching out to us. And I have about 6 different labels that I have access to all their music now. And now it's cool because I'm spilling into other genres of stuff that sounds really good to me. But you know, I'll get 100 songs and I will find, you know, 2 or 3 that I'm like, okay, you know, like, and a lot of it's just, you know,
sure, yeah, of course,
yeah, it's just not my stuff. And so yeah, that's kind of what pushed me into the whole dubstep side of stuff. Yeah, it's sounds great, looks great, but now it's changed. Ooh.
Chad's in the chat.
Mad Chad, what's up, dog?
What do we got? Don't. Oh, look, he's really bring back small circle.
Don't lose your hashtag. Hashtag don't lose your robot. I won't ever. Is that a step?
Is that a boogie?
Is that a step?
Hanoi.
Ooh.
Mikey Disco.
Tim got the analogy.
Nobody's got. It's so funny. It's like no questions. Maybe Diesel. Look at this. Crazy.
Ooh, he called. Mikey Disco called a 2008 freestyle session and How the West Was Won.
Ah. I've learned a ton listening tonight, listening to you. That's what I thought was going to happen. This man's a real... That's so funny. There's like there's no questions. Maybe people were like... I saw when we first went on that like...
Yeah.
There were tons of... Maybe people were like, oh, they're not going to answer any questions.
We just stopped talking to fools.
Here we go. What do you think is the... These are good questions. What do you think is the next step of Popping? A new style based off the new gen, a branch off based on animation, something related to Jabberwockies? I think I'm going to answer quickly. I think it's the merging of hip hop and popping, and I feel like you're already seeing it with Dragon House, with YD, with Keftone. And I think it's just going to happen more, where basically it would be like, what would hip-hop dance look like if it was animated, like crazy animated?
Yeah.
And it seems to me that if somebody can get that, they're going to kill everybody. They're just going to run through people.
I honestly think that's why the twins are...
Yeah, good call. Super good call.
I think that's why the twins are the twins.
Super good call.
It's because they have moments where they can actually animate. They can actually start glitching out and
Yeah,
and then and then swag and then glitch out and it's like I see the formula. You know what I mean?
You're super right. That edit. Sure. Have you seen that one?
Oh yeah,
the
dude.
Ants. Yeah, that
nuts.
I mean, nuts.
Yeah,
that's a super good call. What do you got? You got any? Different thoughts on that?
About where it's going, dude. I honestly think about it a lot. And I don't know. I mean, I know where I'm going. You know what I mean? I know where I'm going.
Yeah, I really like where you're going, and it actually makes me. Let's say that where it's going is where you're going. The way I would describe it is, it's like X-Men. It's like you got the crazy robot animation dude, and then you got the liquidy person that literally is like freaking you out, like, do they have bones? And then you have the tut person that's so nuts with their tuts that,
Yeah. So I think that, it's going to be the X-Men, it's like, this guy is crazy good at this. I mean.
Sure.
And everybody's very... I guess distinct at what they're good at. It's like, this guy is good at this guy's good at this, good at this. But I also think that the way it's going to reach people is kind of what we talked about the other night, was through film, through us actually being able to represent street dance correctly through big budget film. You know what I mean? Like, and I've been really lucky to work with some heavy hitters in the film industry, and we're really close. You know what I mean?
Well, it just happened. You know what? It just happened with battle rap.
Really?
The dude. Okay, here's the story. Kid Twist. Do you know who that is? He was like a King of the Dot champion from Toronto.
I've heard the name before.
And
I can't put a face to the name.
Sure. He's a nerdy white guy. He wrote a script, and then Joseph Kahn, who is a huge music video director, like Taylor Swift, Eminem, blah, 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 was like, this battle rap shit is super interesting because it's like the only place in the whole world where people are like super politically incorrect with each other openly.
Yeah.
And like I want to do something with it, and then the dude had a script, and he's like, "Oh, okay, I like your script. Let's make it." And then it stars all of the battle rappers, like Hollow, Diz, Lux, Ilmac, Thesaurus, on and on and on. And And then it got really good reviews because it was. And again, here's the thing. Since a lot of you, I'm shocked. John Doe, Franek,
John Doe,
Chad,
dude, I love
like
you, man. I miss you, man.
The real Keon. Yeah, Keon called it. He battled Dumbfounded and won. Dumbfounded's in the movie too. But to all the dancers, dude, it's on us. We have the access, the talent, the skill set, the connections, where we can control our own destiny. That, to me personally, I'm gonna do it. Since you talked about it, I'm gonna. I think LXD was super whack, and I think John Chu is kind of whack. And to me, it's somebody who's like a slick Hollywood guy who comes in and sees it and he's like, oh, it's so dope what you guys are doing. And because he's not one of us, bless his heart, man. I'm not like, no hate to him as a person, but because he's not one of us, he doesn't have the feel for whether something is dope and real or corny and like watered down.
Yeah,
and we do. And so
100%.
Kid Twist wrote the script. They made the movie. It premiered at the Toronto Film Festival. It got a huge buzz, and now it got bought by YouTube for YouTube Red. It's like the first movie YouTube ever bought. So, and Keon often says like, oh, dude, that's dope when you started doing this. And I'm like, bro, I just stole it from Battle. Like, I just watch what they do, and I'm like, okay, they're like a couple years ahead of us, and I'll just do that. I'll just like take their thing, and incorporate it into what I'm doing with popping. So, that's my sort of challenge, basically.
I was gonna say push
to
for
our
the community,
to our community. Like, and I'm not saying we have to do it today or anything like that, but just let's be the first generation of this dance that we wrote the script. We were involved in the production. We like with say, and not we're just I mean, if you guys knew, I'm not going to say it too much because I don't feel like it's my place. If you knew how dicked the dancers got from Step Up movies, from LXD, from all that stuff, like how little anybody has to show from it other than the choreographers, it's kind of insane. And
no, and that was the
deal.
Breaking up of it too.
Yeah, sure.
It's like,
Sure.
I'm sorry, but if this is Cool Hand Luke, is that?
Yeah, it is.
Yo, just giving my respects. Poppin' John's Body Talk video is why I started popping waving. Dude, Cool Hand Luke, man. He's a waving
I know.
beast genius.
I know, dude. I know.
Man, I respect, dude. That's what's up. Thank you. I mean, that's another thing that's really rewarding for me is that I've been able to meet people that saw my video and straight up tell me like, dude, I started popping because I watched your video.
And they're dope.
Yeah. And that's so rewarding and humbling too. It's like I'm completely like tripped out by it, like badass, like cool. But at the same time, it's a weird conversation for me because I'm like, oh, it's kind of hard to like take the compliment, I guess, sometimes. I'm not a big like, oh yeah, feed me my props. If I do something in front of you that trips you out as far as the movement goes, I'll receive those more than, oh man, you made me want to dance, or I don't know. It's just I guess it's a weird.
For sure. And I think especially because we have all these OGs that we look up to. Yeah. We're like, oh no, dude, I'm a student, like Andre.
Yeah,
like
no, look at these guys.
Like,
yeah.
Hey. But I think it's interesting because I think it's actually really similar to the conversation. I feel like it's a lot because I get similar things with like the videos that like people, oh my God, I learned so much. I watched all your videos. And then I'm like, I just picture them in my head. I'm like, oh, they're whack. They're like, you know, they're just like some beginner. And then I see them, I'm like, oh shit, dude, you're like crazy good. Like, this is weird. And I think that there's a time coming where our community, our generation, because we really do, for the most part, have really good relationships with one another, like, take our destiny into our own hands. And I'm going to just say it now if I haven't said it before, I'm absolutely willing to take the lead on that, like lead by example, and keep pushing forward in bigger and bigger ways to inspire those around me to do the same, because I think that one of the things for you to really take in that Cool Hand Luke started, who's so dope, started popping because of you. It's like you really do have
I wanted to fight like mad waving concepts from Luke, bro. Big time. Like, seeing a couple of battles. I watched him battle Todd.
Yeah.
I watched him battle dude. Cool Hand Luke's a waving beast. Thanks, man. Props.
All right, so look at this, dude. Suman Day says India 60 to 70% of poppers started popping by watching you in Nonstop. I mean, you know, it's a lot.
It's crazy.
Okay.
I mean, it kind of. I always encourage.
John Doe, I'll do it.
I always encourage.
Oh shit, he's here. He heard it. He's still here.
Dope. Cool Hand Luke. Cool. All right. Yeah, I gotta.
Yeah, you're gonna.
Okay, so first I wanted to say I always tell people that you never know how small the internet makes the world. You know, it's like one little post can be like it can be like day and night, you know, for your talent, for your career, for whatever, you know, whatever it is. But like, if you don't be afraid to post stuff, you know what I mean? Like, I first started posting, and the only reason I was uploading videos was to document my progress. And I'm just like, yeah, in 3 months I want to be better than that guy. In 3 months I want to be better than that guy. And I would always give myself 3 months for some weird reason, but that brought me to here. You know what I mean? That put me on the path to being comfortable with putting my stuff out, and then starting to actually see it as art rather than just like practice footage. It's like I actually started putting concepts together.
Another one I want to give you props for. That I'm telling you, man, it's like, as this got closer, I'm like, damn, dude, this guy is a lot. There's a lot. You were, for me, I'm not gonna claim beyond that. You were, for me, the first popper who put actual effort into both the quality, like cinematography, and the composition of your shots. I'm picturing I have these images of like the Eiffel Tower one. My favorite one, for whatever reason, is the one in Italy, I think, of the steps.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite videos too. I was on.
Yeah,
I was on.
But the whole
the whole picture.
And not only the angles. I was like, is his camera like on the ground or something? And like and I feel like Todd told me, oh dude, he got like a dope camera, you know, and it was ahead of the curve in general of the world of getting into cameras. Now I know Chad's super into cameras. I'm into cameras. Bean, obviously. But
yeah, it was like the last Canon video camera that took mini DVs. Like when the technology was just about to change to cards. Yeah. And that was the last one, and it was dope. I mean, it was like $2,500. Right. Either I maxed out a credit card for that, or my parents bought it for me. I can't remember. One of the two. You know.
So I bring that up because you started seeing it as art rather than, was that part, like, was getting the camera part of that realization of like, oh, this can be more than just me practicing. This can actually be a piece.
It was like, I'm gonna I want my stuff to translate. I mean, it came down to like, I want the stuff to translate as good as it can going through this filter of technology. And then that was the most high def thing that I could buy for under 10 grand or something like that.
Do you have any, because I actually think that that is really one of the places where both you and Nonstop, you know, connect and excel. Do you have any advice for people, like in camera wise, or
well, now the quality is, I mean,
yeah.
you can film with your phone. I have all kinds of footage online that's just filmed with my phone.
Yeah.
That being said, lighting is, I mean, crazy. If you're backlit, like all the little intricate isolations, vibrations, hits, seeing the shockwave down your body, like down your shirt, seeing the harsh shadows and things like that, like you lose it all when you're silhouetted, like with backlighting. So if you go on my channel and see, you're going to see every video I have on there, I'm lit. I'm really well lit. You can see the movement. I make sure I know where if it's just sunlight, I make sure my angle is good. Because I've been, you know, all over the world where these backdrops are so awesome, and I didn't film there because it was the wrong time of day. You know, it's like it wouldn't even have translated. It's like I'll take a picture there, like, oh cool, I'm here, and not film a video because I know the lighting's not right and it's not going to translate. So I've always thought about lighting. I've always wanted light on my face. I mean, I wanted to see some harsh shadows. It's like you do a hard pop and you see that aftershock down your shirt. You can't see that if you're silhouetted, if you don't have the light on you.
You know, that was another part of the Juste Boo video that I'm working on, is like talking about the importance of lighting, you know, for making dancing look dope.
Yeah. Do you think that Just a Boot does that?
No.
They don't.
No.
Okay.
Well, but you know, I think that I'm going to say this in the video, but they haven't put out the footage for this year, but if you look at 2016, the difference in the quality of, in every single way, of the 8th finals, which were held at like a club the night before, compared to the big stage. I mean, it's like one is insanely dope and the other is the most boring.
Trash.
It's like, trash.
So
like
the beef that I have with Just a Boot is I've supported that event, you know, multiple times.
Yeah.
And the last time I was there, I got to the top 4.
Yeah.
And not one of my battles got posted. Not one. You didn't even know that I was there.
No,
I didn't. And you were there.
Yeah.
So it's like we got to the top. We were ready to go to the finals. And we won our top 32, won our top 16, won our top 8, went to the top 4. So we won 3 battles that never got posted. And for me, that's the first time in Just a Boot popping, you know, history that those battles didn't get posted. You know? So yeah, me and Bugs went all the way to top 4
semis,
and none of our footage got posted.
Huh.
So it was like, for me, that was kind of like a slap in the face, because I paid for my ticket.
Sure.
I came all the way to Europe. I did a pre-selection. I had to go out on stage with France because I didn't win a U.S. pre-selection. I didn't get to represent the U.S., which that's just their format. It's all good. I didn't enjoy it, you know. And then the only reason we go to those big world competitions is for the world to see us. You know, it's like for the footage to get posted. And before it was footage getting posted, it was DVDs. We only went to we went to freestyle session to maybe make it on the DVD. It's like that was, you know, an era of
like
our
fame.
Yeah, it's like bam. And then you buy the DVD when it comes out like 6 months later, and you're like, oh, you know, like did they use it?
Yeah.
So yeah, I was just like, that was kind of that kind of like pushed me away from really supporting that event, you know, because I really, you know, went out of my way. I supported it. I prepared very well for the event. You know, we had all kinds of routines. We won good battles, tough battles. We beat Poppin Prince and Cristo on the big stage. It was like, man, you know, those battles should have been posted, you know, and there was no excuse. It was just like, hey, yeah, we're gonna be posting it, and it just never got posted. So anyway, that was a little tangent. So I have to answer this.
Yeah.
John Doe. So, all right, I threw a jam. Oh no, I was involved with a jam in El Paso, Texas. John Doe came out and stayed with me. Sweet Feet, which is I love him. He's a crazy ass dude. I mean, he's out there. He says random weird stuff, and I didn't even know Sweet Feet was coming. And it's like me and John Doe go to Burlington because we wanted to buy some shirts or whatever for the jam, and bam, like there's our crew member, Sweet Feet, in Burlington. We're like, dude, what's going on? He's like, oh yeah, you know, I got a hotel room. We're like, I didn't even know you were coming. Like, dude, you could have stayed with me. And he's like, oh no, I got my hotel room. And we're in the middle of like the aisles at Burlington, and I'm like, yo man, how you been? Like, what have you been up to? And he goes, oh, you know, just working on this. And he starts cobraing like maxed out cobra, dude. Like, oh, just working on this. And he kills this cobra like in the middle of Burlington, and me and John Doe are just like, dope, bro. Cobra. Oh, dude, it's the funniest, weirdest experience. And then he just kind of finished. He's like, we're like, yeah, you know, crazy, funny experience. And having John Doe there with his goofy ass made us laugh about that all weekend. Wow. Yeah. So that was one of
sure.
Bo's.
Wow, that's super
things.
Random.
Yeah.
In Burlington
Coat Factory. Yeah.
All right.
Sweet Feet.
All right.
He's the man of mystery.
What do you? I like these ones. What do you think about TV shows like World of Dance on TV? Any future in that? Have you thought about going on it? And there's also another one. What do you think about battles? Most people know you from YouTube videos and showcasing and forget that. I know that to go way back to the beginning of the Culture Vulture conversation, there's definitely multiple people that I've talked to who feel that World of Dance is kind of a Culture Vulture thing. So I'm curious about your thoughts, because you know
yeah, I agree. I mean, it's they saw. I guess it would be exactly the same thing that you said.
John Doe said, just to go back, Sweet Feet walked 3 miles.
He walked 3 miles to Burlington that
from
day.
His hotel room.
Dude, and what are the odds that we're going to see him in that store?
I mean,
we didn't even know he was in town.
We could stay on that story for a long time, but.
So I would say that's very similar to the John M. Chu. You know, it's like they see the talent, they see the following that a lot of them have, and it's like they throw them on stage and not pay them, or maybe pay them just a tad, and it's like, and a lot of
what do you think about the fact though? Like, I know that I remember this started with music, if I remember right, with video games and huge companies, Electronic Arts and Rockstar and whatever, they would tell up and coming artists like, yo, you'll get exposure, you know, and I think a lot of them did. You know, they did get exposure, and the band got big off of some song that was on like the radio station on the video game. So, what, as somebody, because you've benefited from World of Dance, right? Yeah.
So for me, I mean, they have a huge platform. You know, they have a huge platform, but I'm far enough along in my career to where, like I'm a professional. Yeah, it's mutual benefit. You know, it's a mutual thing. So I'm to a point where I don't need the exposure. I mean, I'm a professional. I do this for a living, and if you guys want my show on your stage, you're gonna have to pay me. Like, I'm not gonna get paid in exposure. Like, I passed that.
Sure, yeah.
You know, and there's people that are coming up in their career that they could definitely benefit from being on a stage like that, especially if they don't have any platform. that can be the big open door. You know what I mean? So there's been dancers that have got through that door and that made their career from being on that stage. And then there's ones that are already developed as already developed career-wise,
Sure.
like business-wise.
So what you did a thing with Ditto and Nonstop,
Yeah.
And so how? I mean, without going into too much detail,
that was a paid gig.
You were properly
that was a paid
compensated.
gig. Yep, that was a paid gig.
Okay.
So, but yeah, I mean, it's and I think that the way that World of Dance works is their perfect dancer that they want to work with are the ones that are up and coming.
Sure. Sure.
And with their size of platform, they can make some up and coming dancers into stars.
Definitely.
So that's their formula. And for people that are already established, a lot of times they don't, they're not really interested in working with them.
Sure.
We're schooled. I know my business, so yeah, but I would love to get on that stage again, It's a dope platform. The vibe is really good. They film it really well. They have a little bit of camera movement, it's on a slider, and it's every video I've done on that stage has millions of views.
Yeah.
So it's like I'd love to do it more often. But yeah, I gotta.
Yeah, sure.
It's a balancing act.
Sure.
So, what was the other one?
The TV show.
TV show. Don't know much about the TV show.
Interested?
I've had some really bad experiences with some of the reality talent shows. America's Got Talent was a really tough one for me. Yeah, it's just it's not really focused on the actual show, the actual talent. It's more focused on how you can connect with the audience through your story and through how you are on camera and things like that. And for me, I didn't really have a sob story. It's like I have a dope skill and I want to show it, and I didn't really get that chance.
I just
what I mean?
just
I have a cool story, but I don't
Okay.
have I don't have a
Okay.
really like, oh, I'm doing this because whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's more like, oh, I've been doing dance for as a profession for 10 years, and I've done all these really cool gigs. And they're like, well, what did you do before that?
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, that's not really relevant because I've been. Yeah, and I didn't know how to play the game, and also I didn't want to.
I think just being where you're from, is,
that could work, but I tried to work the format, and it just didn't end up working out for my benefit. So, but it was a great experience. I was on there with Random and J Funk. We went on as technicians. And it was stressful.
Oh, that was J Funk. I always wondered who that was.
Yeah. And it was stressful, crazy stressful, because we just want to be able to showcase our stuff. We're not used to the whole, tell us your inner fears and bad experiences of your lives and all that stuff. So
that is in its own way, and people have given me this feedback, so I'm happy about it. Like, I have long believed that. Like, I think that there's a number of people that are going to become significantly bigger fans of you after this. I'm not going to claim how many, but because I think that knowing more about a person
I agree.
who you're already a fan of is and I think that this community has such a large percentage of people that have such amazing stories, even if they're not sob stories, whether it's ways they think, how much they've
100%.
persevered.
Yeah.
So,
no, dude, I always, most people that take my class and hear me talk about hear the passion through my teaching and through my showcasing when I'm demonstrating the stuff and how I got there and what I think about when I'm doing it. Like most everybody that's taken a workshop from me, like I get a huge feeling that they're like, dude, I had no idea that it was going to be that type of class. Like I think a lot of people, because of the following that I have, they expect me to like have a look what I can do class.
Yeah.
Look how good I am class.
Sure, like when is this over? Like I got famous.
I don't know.
Sure,
but that
sure.
is not in my DNA at all. So that being said, I want to say a couple of things.
Yeah.
When I was like 15 years old, I went to a battle in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and I'm going to call him out. And
nice.
B-Boy Vietnam, okay? He was my, like, I had a cassette tape, and he was just like the beast in that. It's not a cassette, it's a VHS.
It's all good.
It's a VHS.
I almost
it's a
jokingly
tape.
corrected.
It's a VHS. So I had a VHS of some battle in like Arizona somewhere, and he was just like the beast. And I became a big fan of his from that video, and I saw him live in Albuquerque like when I was 15 or 16. And my friend's like, dude, that's Vietnam, the guy from that video that we have, and blah, blah, blah. So I like straight up booked it towards him. And I walked up to him, was like, yo, man, you're my most favorite B-boy of all time, and all this stuff. And I just straight up like, bah, gave him, all these props. And he straight up went like, yo, kid, like, I ain't trying to hear that shit right now. It's like he was in battle mode. I mean, and he was there to like prove a point. I don't know what the backstory of the battle was, but there was a lot of heavy hitters there, and he was a big name at that moment. And like, dude, I walked away like with my head down, and like I was crushed. It's like, and I walked away and I got mad at myself. I was like, one, I'm never gonna be on someone's jock again. Not one, never. Two, if I'm ever in a position where somebody comes up to me and tells me anything to give me props, if I inspired somebody, it's like, it was weird that it was like 15 seconds later, I was a different person, and I've never given somebody that treatment, not once. I've tried to give anybody that came up to me and wanted to take a picture or ask me a question or shake my hand or whatever. It's like I've always tried to give that respect. And the best thing that I can do, the most respect I can give to somebody is dance with them. That's where I feel like, yo, okay, let's take a picture. That's cool. But like, let's get down. That's what I've always kind of like really enjoyed, is like just sharing and demonstrating and showing and receiving the props and giving props. So that molded me. That one situation molded me on kind of like how I don't know if that really changed who I was as a person, but like that was one rule that I gave myself, was like, I'll never, be whack, So I'm glad that happened so early on, because I did, get a big following.
Yeah, and I actually think that it's as valuable as somebody who has really struggled with not being on people's jocks, because of how much that puts me in a position where like it's like psycho-cybernetics. Like I won't let myself be as good as them, because then it threatens like, no, they're so amazing. I think that's also a really valuable thing you got. Like, yo, I'm me, and like, anybody can get touched.
I think that ruined my fandom forever.
It's amazing.
I don't have. I mean, I respect other dancers, and I think they're dope, and I'll watch their footage. I'm like, dude, that's crazy. That's awesome. But fandom, like actual, like, that's just not, I don't have it.
It's dope.
It's like, and it's crazy because a lot of humans have that.
Yeah.
Millions of people being at a concert, like crying and like tripping out that they're seeing somebody on stage. I'm like, I don't get it. It's like, there's a few people that if I met, I'd be like, oh, dude, I met so-and-so, but it's like, yeah, I mean, Denzel Washington walks in,
Sure.
like, yo, dude, Denzel, like,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
the man,
Ah,
you know. But like crying and shaking, and
yeah.
I don't, yeah, it's just don't have it.
I really like. I'm so glad. I. Who is this person? 5 Hollow 5 health quite a bit.
I
in
think
Australia?
that is Chris. Yeah, dude,
oh, yeah,
these
that's
guys,
right. That's the-
these were the dudes that I was with talking to you while
Yeah,
you were
yeah.
live
I
streaming.
just read when you said Chris. I reckon. Oh, that's when you were telling. Yeah.
Yeah, Chris, shout out.
I'm so glad because I totally blew it on this with Diesel for myself. Like, because you, Chad, and Diesel, I associate with health, and I'm obsessed with health, and I feel like the dance community needs to be more obsessed with health because, like, you're gonna limit yourself if you're not, basically.
Yeah.
But so it's at what point did you really start to pay attention to,
Man,
for instance,
my
this comes
parents
back to
got
your
me
parents,
into
yeah.
my parents got me into nutrition really early on.
And what were, like, from my parents were also into nutrition, and, like, for instance, one of the first things I remember learning about from them was about food combining. Are you familiar with that? Like, you don't
No.
eat fruits with anything else.
Oh, no.
Okay.
No, never
Okay. What?
never got schooled on any of that.
Okay. What?
It
so
was
what
like-
kind of stuff?
Hydration,
Mm.
huge one.
Yeah.
My dad's like, drink a huge bottle of water in the morning. Just slam it. You know, it's like, and that gets
Dope.
a lot of the day. That gets a lot of the water you're supposed to drink out of the way.
Dope.
You know, just kill it.
Do you do that?
I try to.
Yeah. Try to.
Yeah, I try to. I try to be consistent. My dad has
That's
a big
good
water,
one.
big bottle of water next to his
What
bed.
are we talking big? Like a liter?
I mean,
like 2
like
liters?
2 liters.
Wow.
I think.
So, yeah, let's just say, sure.
How much is
Like a big Pepsi.
like a big Pepsi?
Coke.
That's
Yeah,
2 liters.
That's 2.
So a liter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Slam
yeah.
a liter in the morning,
That's good.
which is about like
That's very inspiring.
30 gulps.
Oh, Random's been
Random
watching on Facebook.
Vision.
What's up, man?
Love you, bro.
Yeah.
Tim. He fused Soulbotics.
Poppin' Lou, the man.
Dude, Poppin Lou. Do you know who that is?
Yeah.
Yeah, from the UK.
Yeah, he's been he's been like the biggest, like, you gotta get Poppin' John on
Dude,
here.
Lou. Honestly,
I call him
think
Lieutenant Lou. He sends
Poppin'
me
Lou has-
Poppin' Lou sends me some of the best suggestions for videos to do commentaries on of anybody, just for what it's worth.
Dude, I think Poppin Lou has been like one of my number one supporters for like ever since I can remember. Like handles on the internet. It's like Lou's been giving me props, shooting me messages, asking me questions. Like, he signed up for Learn to Bus. Lou's been at it, you know, been with me for a long time, dude. Props. Much love.
So keep going on. So you talk about hydration.
Then middle school and into high school, I wrestled all through middle school, all through high school, and I cut a lot of weight. I got to where, I dropped from 130, 140 pounds to 112. And I was super skinny, you know, dehydrated, malnourished, like sunken in cheeks. And then I'd be fighting for my life every weekend.
Damn.
You know, it was hardcore.
That's
That's one thing when I really took the full grasp on nutrition was like my body honed in on the stuff that I needed. It was weird. Like, dude, I looked at water fountains more than I looked at girls in high school. It was like, and I watched somebody drink water just like, oh, you know, and I'd walk into class and I would see all the water bottles. Just
You know, I'm starting to develop a new theory. I have my skateboarding theory about balance and just body awareness, which you just added. I'm starting to add wrestling, function, devious. I bet you guys aren't the only ones.
No.
Discipline. I don't know devious enough to say anything, but you and function are among the most disciplined dancers I've ever met. Like, get the shit done.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's a lot of things that I won't even try because I know how hard it's going to be. You know,
Mm.
I'm a 0 or 100. Like
Mm.
there's no like
Mm.
I'm going to half-ass do this, especially when it comes to I don't know. I mean, the majority of the things that I decide to do, it's like
So this could
100%.
seem a little random, but it makes me think to ask it. So, because I feel like this film thing is on your mind more than you fully let on. And what are the roles that you and I'm asking this because of the 0 to 100 thing. What are the roles that you're personally interested in the overall scheme of filmmaking in front of the camera,
dude.
behind the camera? Which are the
Yeah.
hundreds for you?
One thing that I always realized about myself, I mean, over the last probably like 10 years, I really saw that I understand what translates. Okay?
I agree.
I understand what translates on film. I understand what translates through footage. I understand that in order for that to translate to the audience, it has to be like this. And so that's where maybe our artistic direction, choreography, some of the behind the scenes things, and also like I'm always down to be in front of the camera.
Of course.
You know what I mean? Like
it sounds like I don't know if this is technically accurate for like Hollywood terms, but
that's what I was kind of searching for.
Post-production supervisor is definitely a title.
Yeah.
And it's like the person that kind of oversees the entire, construction process once it's shot. But actually it also sounds
But also while it's being shot, it's like and then it comes down to like
director?
It would be
Honestly,
directing.
yeah,
Yeah, it would be directing.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
huh.
And that's, I mean, anytime I've been involved in a project, like I end up giving that input, like, and
sure.
I've actually I've actually focused on pulling away from giving too much when I'm a part of a gig because this person in this position is going to get credit for anything that we give.
Got it.
I'm never going to get credit for it. I'm never going to get credit for assisting the choreography. I'm never going to get credit for a signature move that ends up in the choreography. So I kind of like I protect those ideas until it's time for me to really, release them.
Yeah.
So and those are learning experience because coming to Hollywood from the desert, it's like I want to give as much as I possibly can and work good with whoever I'm working with.
Have you directed anything that you weren't in front of the camera on at this point?
Nope. Mm-mm.
Interesting.
No.
Okay. This is like good for me to have in. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think that it's I think that you don't get. I mean, I'm just coming up with this on the fly, but it passes all my quick radar tests. So like, I don't think you get enough credit for that part of your success because it's a little bit behind. Like you have to see it from the right angle to even notice it, and that's kind of what is dope about it.
Yeah. Once
you see it, is like, oh wait, that didn't just happen. That wasn't just lucky that it came off like that. Like, oh wait, that you did that on purpose,
Yeah, and I don't know how I got. Yeah, it's just a good eye.
Exactly.
It's a good eye.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the cool thing is that anybody that I've collaborated with on a project, they've seen that side of me where I'm like, oh no, we need this needs to change. This has to change. Like, look, stand right there. It's like that's the sweet spot. So frantic. I mean, Chad has a really good eye. Me and Chad we've worked really well together. Random. Anybody that I've been on camera with, like they've seen that side of me.
Yeah.
So and I understand what visually translates. You know?
Yeah.
So it's not just lighting, it's not just camera angle, it's like visually colors, you know,
I
backdrop,
predict,
all kinds
and
of stuff.
I say this both to gas him, but also because I like being, increasingly, now that I make so much stuff, I like being on record with my predictions because I feel
It's
like
documented.
I have good predictions. And when I look back at my life, I predict that this skill is currently by far your most underrated and under monetized skill, and it will make you tens of millions of dollars over your lifetime.
I hope so. I hope
That's my prediction.
I hope you're a fortune teller.
Yeah, I think I
Yeah,
am
man.
a fortune teller.
Oh, what I wanted to say
Yeah.
is wrestling.
Yes.
My dad introduced me to something that was called the ultimate meal. The
Yeah,
ultimate
yeah, I
the
know,
ultimate
yeah.
meal was a powder,
Yeah.
like it was a powder.
Vegan.
Yeah,
Hey,
smoothie.
vegans. It's
Smoothie
vegan.
meal.
Yeah.
Smoothie meal.
Yeah.
And it was expensive.
Yeah, it is. It
I
still
mean, it
is.
was this big
Yeah.
tub of
It's
green
$70.
Yeah,
Something.
green goodness.
Yeah.
And my dad gave me an ultimate meal after I had been cutting weight, and my body, like, I downed it.
Yeah.
I mean, in one sitting,
Yeah.
no
Yeah.
break for air.
Yeah.
Just like boom. And I felt like Popeye. I actually got that feeling. It was like I'm ready,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
for wrestling,
Yeah.
you know? And I started like telling my wrestling buddies about it. I'm like, dude, no, you guys don't get it. And then I started selling it. I started selling Ultimate Meal, and my dad was pissed. He's like, dude, like, you can't sell that. Like, this is my Ultimate Meal that I bought. You can't go off and sell it. I was like making like 4 or 5 Ultimate Meals. Never 6. I remember making 4 for sure. And taking them to my buddies and selling them for like $10 a pop or whatever. And that got me on understanding like what my body is really gonna absorb. You know, like I never even thought about eating crap when I was cutting weight. You know, it's like my body only focused on like, oh, banana.
Dope.
Oh, there's a banana. Oh, there's a glass of water. You know, it's weird. And
It's dope.
and then yeah, just learning from my dad, to be honest. You know, both of my parents are super into health and nutrition and fitness, and
I feel like Todd told me, at least at the point he told me, that your dad is like, I don't know if the word is ripped, but
yeah, my
he's in
dad's
good-
ripped. Yeah, he's in great shape.
Yeah.
I mean, my dad's got a 6-pack. You
Yeah.
know, it's like he's almost 60. So my mom's super fit as well. You know, it's like my sister's fit. Yeah, I'll go home and I got a little fat on me, and I'm like, Dad, just put a shirt on, man. Like, making your young son feel bad, you know.
Yeah.
But then I always just like, yo, you want to battle me, bro? Like, you
Yeah,
want to,
yeah, right. You want to go?
you want to
6
battle
rounds?
me? Yeah, let's go. So no, it's been really cool. My parents have always, you know, really supported my path, and was kind of like, whatever you want to do, like, just kill it, you know, just do it. And they've supported me 100%. My dad took me to my first event. You know, we used to pack the car full of kids. Come on, boys. Just go to some random place, and my dad's this old dude in
Yeah.
the back chopping it up with all these like famous b-boys, like, oh yeah, that's my son there. The guy Poppin, they're like, oh, cool. And yeah, he was just definitely a part of the whole, you know, spark of my, you know, hip hop popping breaking existence. You know, it was like a huge part of it. So yeah, it was really cool. And then as I got into like 25 years old,
Yeah.
I'm 33.
Yeah.
So like around 25, my metabolism kind of slowed down.
Uh-huh.
So used to be that dance was enough to keep me in shape, you know, and I started to see that I was like, you know, gaining a little bit, and dance wasn't enough. So I had to start hitting the gym, and yeah, it got me back lined out, you know.
And what are you into at the gym?
I don't lift like heavy weight. You know, it's all about, you know, pull-ups, sit-ups.
Yeah, word.
You know, calisthenics. And
I just want to say that I've
high
been talking about
intensity
this
interval
with
training.
with Diesel and Jordan, and I think I can safely say that at this moment, all three of us are of the opinion that lifting weights is often detrimental for dancers.
Yeah.
They get
I agree.
and you can actually point out dancers that started lifting and got less good.
Well, I think there's a line. I think there's a balance.
Yes, exactly.
You know, because Frantic, in my opinion, got a lot better when he like started lifting weights.
Yeah.
You know, so, but when you start lifting really heavy, and you start losing the movement, it's over.
That's the thing.
Yeah,
it's
like
over. That's
if
a
you
good
can
way
keep
to
the
say
movement.
That's you got it. That's the line.
Because there's been moments where I
Right.
felt my pop way harder and stronger because I had been, you know, doing a lot of bench press and doing like arms and stuff.
For sure.
And
It's
I
a
could
good
feel
call.
it in my, you know, like bam, I'm a lot sharper.
I feel like Diesel is at a really good place on that tightrope right now, and I think it's no coincidence that he's winning a lot of stuff right now because of that, because he's right at that point of like working out a lot where I think in his case less the pop and more like the dime stop is just super on point, but the mobility is not affected negatively.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, if you can keep it. Yeah, if you can keep it. And that was one thing that Ace Rock, you know, told me. He's like,
I'm glad that name came up.
Yeah, Ace Rock, dude. That's my him and Boardman and Wavo and Poppin Andre. Like those are my OGs. Like those are the guys that really, you know, guided my path. You know what I mean? Shallow was one of them, but that was more of an inspirational side. And these guys were guys that actually gave me advice. You know, it's like, and also a lot of respect and love, and you know, just kind of like welcomed me. You know, and Ace Rock's he's like family. You know, 100%. And that's I don't say that very much. Like, oh, he's like family.
Yeah.
You know, but me and Ace Rock are really tight, and he's taught me a lot. And hearing his story and hearing the history, like from his perspective, like when everything that we glitching out.
That's what they're saying.
Yo.
Maybe if I put it back at full screen. Oh.
Hearing his history and like exactly how it was through his eyes, it's like I'm a little kid, like giddy when I'm hearing all those stories. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so those guys really let me into their world, so to speak, I guess, you know. And hearing stuff from Andre, dude, like I think not a lot of people know how much. I mean, I still don't know. I don't even know if Andre knows, but how much that guy created for the style of animation. You know, it's like I hope that information gets out there someday. You know, it's like, but I know that there is a huge portion of some of these techniques that I'm doing today that came from that guy. Yeah. You know, so yeah. Are we still glitching?
I think so. I think it happens from time to time. It looks like we've been
Random vision.
We've been good for so many hours.
Random vision. Am I still glitching out?
404. Yeah.
I'm just so animated, bro. I'm so animate. Just playing.
All right, maybe
we call it a day.
Yeah. You got any last things to say? I feel like we did.
Dude,
this is what I said when you were in Australia.
4 hours.
When you were in Australia, I said, bro.
I feel like I haven't said anything too.
Really?
I'm just playing. No,
okay,
I'm just playing.
Okay.
No, I mean it just went by so fast.
I know. I knew it. I just had a feeling.
Yeah.
There was so much to.
I wanted to
cover.
tell people.
Yeah.
Like, You gotta train. Learntobus.com will change your life. It will. That's I give so much information in my tutorials. That's why I don't give them away for free on YouTube, because they're just, for me, they're just way too valuable. I've traveled the world and have like endless conversations with people that I've gotten this information from, and from my own, progress and process, that it's just too valuable for me to just give it away for free, So what I wanted to say is don't get discouraged. It's a long journey, and that's the whole point. Like I'm not searching for the finish line. There's no finish line. It's important to understand that, because if you're searching for a finish line, you're just going to end up being disappointed, and disappointment sucks, and that just kills your happiness. And I fell in love with this art form and with the people that I'm with, while I'm doing it, and it's like that's so rewarding, and obviously there's ups and downs, but like always coming back to that realization, it's like it keeps it fun and it keeps it interesting, and I always feel like I'm growing. And yeah, that's my spiel on this stuff. It's a blast, and it's hard. I know that it's hard for people to find that place sometimes in the art form. Like there's a lot of people that don't relate to that sentence, you know what I mean? And I get it. I understand.
Wait, the sentence
of that it's a never-ending journey, that the consistency of your journey, that determines your skill level. You know what I mean? Like the more consistent you are, the more time you put in, the more good, actual smart time you put in. If you're, swimming upstream, that's so much different than, sliding downhill. So, yeah, it's just sometimes it's hard for people to understand that it is a lot of hard work, and it's not towards a destination. It's just, it's building. It's a continuous staircase, like Tim says.
Yeah, and once you accept that, it's like you become like the luckiest person, because you have a thing, that you're just working on,
and people envy it so bad. They're like, you just know what you want.
Yeah, and it never ends. No. So it's not like you have to worry that, like, what am I gonna do after this? It's like so many things are like that, curses that turn into blessings. I actually really like before I
go ahead.
Poppin Lou said, and I was meaning to talk about this. This was the only like super dance specific thing. What is the deal with your waves? Like, no one has waves like you. Like Pac-Man doesn't have waves like you. Salah doesn't have waves like you. Taco doesn't have waves like you. Shallow doesn't have waves like you. I'm not saying that.
My inspiration for how I wave is directly inspired by Taco.
Mm-hmm.
Directly, because it has a combination of electricity and super isolated, movement. So it has this, like, I guess the thought process is more like if you had a live wire and that was your trace, electricity sticking out of the, and your arm is water, what would happen with that reaction happening? You know what I mean? Like, so that's where a lot of my, I guess there's like tension in the wave.
I'm actually starting to think that
a lot of people are, I mean, it's really smooth. This has zero tension.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
So the moment that I start to add like that, that real, almost isolated tension, it gets that electricity look, So I use that.
What
thought.
do you what are you I think I've underestimated how much you're experiencing, like in terms of walls.
Oh
and
yeah.
so what are some of the things that you experience? Like, what does this feel like? Is that accurate to say it's like water hitting a live wire?
So I guess rather than the feeling that I get while I'm doing it, it's more about the idea's there. Like I'm believing the idea and my body's translating.
What
it.
idea? What's the idea?
That my water's made out of arm.
Yeah,
my arm's made out of water,
Yeah.
and it's getting electrocuted.
Okay.
Basically.
That's dope.
Yeah. The other thing is I think about when you throw a rock in a pond.
Yeah, skipping.
Like,
yeah.
Not a skip, an
Oh.
actual like
Okay.
an explosion.
Yeah.
You throw a big rock and it goes boom,
Yeah.
and then the wave goes. Okay, so there's a pop before the wave. So it's instead of like me starting my wave here like this,
Yeah.
I go boom. So I actually
Uh-huh.
pop into that first position.
Uh-huh.
Boom. Okay, so that's 100% inspired by Taco. So I used to see him like post up, bam, and then that actual.
And on a super technical level, it looks like when you pop and it comes up.
Yeah, I'm
But
actually popping into this direction. I'm into this position,
Yeah.
and that starts my wave. So it's like boom. It's almost like, it's a move that starts the wave. So
Yeah.
that's the first
Yeah.
movement of your wave. So it's not like I go boom and then I start the wave. It's like
Yeah.
that's the start of it. So
Huh.
that is a big contrast in texture.
Yeah.
It's like bam to really smooth. So
Yeah.
I that's another thing that I really, since I understand what translates,
Yeah.
contrast has been a really big one. That's why I'm such a huge fan of robot into waving, because a robot is this rigid, stiff thing, and then that wave, that melt, it's almost like liquid metal.
Yeah.
That translates so well, rather than just coming out like super wavy and liquidy and then never contrasting that.
Yeah.
It's like I really try to find things that complement each other and that are on opposite ends, I guess, like element wise.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Tight.
Yeah, it's fun.
I want to say because I was thinking like there's a whole other 4 hours we could have done specifically.
Dude, I want to come
about
back for sure.
technique. So
I'd love to come
I
back.
feel like my goal has been to I want to make sure, like, if I were to die, I want to make sure I get people's stories out, because for me personally, that's the core. And then I feel like there's a whole second wave that begins. It's like, all right, you get it. You know his fucking story.
Yeah,
let's
yeah,
move
yeah.
on. Let's go over there.
Yeah, let's talk about
and,
the skills.
Like,
yeah,
let's do so.
Dude, I'm so down to come
Yeah.
back. I
Love
mean, this
it.
was like, I was pumped about it.
Yeah.
I was a little nervous because I didn't want to get
sure.
myself
Yeah,
in
no.
trouble.
Yeah, for sure.
I didn't want to like drop too many names and talk trash about anybody.
Yeah.
But I'm completely 100% down to come back. So, dude, thank you, man.
Thank
It's
you.
awesome. Yo, thanks for everybody watching.
Yeah, man.
John Doe, Random, love you guys.
Rashad, Frantic.
Dude, Frantic,
Kid
Mad
Boogie,
Chad was in the
Chad.
mix. Yo, guys, we all
Keon.
are in this
Yeah, dude,
community
it's really
together.
Special.
It feels like we're getting really close to just having this
yeah.
cool unity that we're gonna like really enjoy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, we're all getting older. We're all,
Yeah,
people
are finding their.
Yeah.
Everybody's kind of
Finding their lane
into,
and
yeah.
kind of throwing some of the ego out
Yeah.
to the side, and being more interested in like, yo, man, let's jam, let's share, let's exchange, and work together and build some cool stuff. So I think if we continue on the
It's happening.
yeah
It's happening. You see walls.
yeah
I see that so clearly. I see
Dope.
sets. I see cranes.
Oh, me too, man.
I see drones. I see helicopter. I mean, I see like I see the dopest people.
And us being really pumped,
Yeah.
really pumped about how it's being
Exactly,
translated,
yeah.
how it's gonna
What the message is,
Yeah.
what the script is like.
not this
Not
corny.
exactly, like some like Creed or something.
Yeah,
you know, like
dude.
woo.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah.
I see it too, bro.
Yeah.
Down.
All right.
Yo, good night, everybody.
Peace.
Or good morning.
LearnToBust.com.
Learn to bust. Number
Peace.
2.